Good morning, everybody. And we've got some great action for you this morning. And what we are going to be bringing you over the course of this day is the 50 plus 4.0 plus men's singles and the 15 and 35 plus combined 4.0 plus singles event. And we're going to be getting straight into the action today with Mark Finney up against his opponent, Craig Salisbury. Now, Craig Salisbury, I'm led to believe, is a tennis coach based here at the Wrexham Tennis and Paddle Centre. Mark Finney, we saw in the mixed doubles yesterday, playing alongside his wife, Deb, got bronze in the mixed doubles, and Mark's a very handy singles player as well. Actually beat me in the Telford Open final about a month or so ago, beat me in 2 straight games. Just to have a little warm-up with Mark there, just to get him going for today, and pleased to say, managed to get the better of that one. Shame I didn't do that a couple of months ago, but I have to say, guys, I am sweltering. 15 minutes running around on court against the warrior that is Mark Finney, and I am sweating like you wouldn't believe. And I am Chris Beaumont, just in case you're joining us for the very first time and weren't too sure who is wittering away already. Starting the day on top form because the camera is frozen straight away. So let's just get that back into action. There we go. And yeah. So, first to 11 win by 1 in the group stages. We'll be getting underway any second now. In this group, you've got Mark Finney, Phil Gordos, Mark Sindel, Jason Parry and Craig Salisbury. The top 4 in this group will go through to the semi-finals, which we'll be bringing you a little bit later. So, important for both guys here, just to get their first win of the day on the board. There are 5 players in the group. We will lose one of them at the end of the group stages, so you've got to have a bad day out, really, to not get through to the semis. But losing your first game isn't going to be the ideal start. Starts to put a few doubts in your mind immediately. Now, of course, if you are watching on YouTube, do come and say hello. I'm just in the process of also, whilst talking, going to try and share the link to today's action, so that people who want to watch this game can watch this game as well. So that's just going out to a few of the groups in the online world. Looking forward to seeing the first singles action of the day here. Singles, obviously, it's almost like a different sport to doubles, because I'd go as far as saying it might favour tennis players coming in, because it's a little bit more like playing tennis on a smaller court. But there are still some intricacies and everything, and it's going to be Salisbury who serves first at 0-0. We're underway. Nice shot by Finney down the line, gets the serve back in his hand. Finney on serve, 0-0. Then. So Finney gets the first point of the board. Good start for him. He'll be, like I said, confidence. Gets an error. Salisbury goes down the line. Finney keeps him on the backhand side. Salisbury tries to go cross court, and it goes out. So suddenly, Finney has a 3-0 lead in this opening game of the day. What we see with Mark Finney is he'll look to keep pushing the ball into good areas, forcing his opponent to try and do a bit too much and make mistakes. That's what's happening so far, as he does open up that 4-0 lead. Nice cross court again, down the line from Salisbury, looking to play through the middle. Good nudge to the back, and then Finney opens up the court beautifully. Such good court positioning there from Finney. Pushed Salisbury wide on the forehand, took a good central position, was able to open up the court, nudge it across to the backhand side into the open territory. Salisbury just trying to do a bit too much at the moment. We're going to change ends at 6-0 advantage to Finney. Early doors in this game. The game suddenly getting away from Craig Salisbury. And I would say that he just wants to try and slow things down a little bit. Get into a few rallies before going for the bigger shots. Particularly because the bigger shots aren't working for him just yet. He needs to earn his way in to the game. So Finney, ball in hand. 6-0 up. I'm hoping I do cool down at some point. The singles run out against Finney, and then a cup of coffee, beautifully supplied by the Wrexham Padel and Tennis Centre once again. It's got me sweltering. Nice shot by Salisbury, goes to the side, looks to go down the line, does get it down the line this time, and gets the side out. So an opportunity for him to get his first point of the morning. Serving before he called the score. Mark Pearce, the referee today, just reminding players to wait until getting the point underway. And good pressure again from Finney, just gets it slightly mid-court, which meant Salisbury had to try and step in to drive and didn't get his balance right. And again, just this time Salisbury trying to run round to his forehand, his preferred shot, but puts it into the net. So a tough baptism of fire here for Craig Salisbury in the first game of this men's 50-plus competition. Finney just doing a good job there, keeping it to the backhand. Salisbury has to run across it again. Good reach by Finney. Nice play there by Salisbury. Just took a little bit off the ball, which I think is a good thing to do against somebody like Finney. Just try and guide it over the net when Finney's up at the non-volley zone. Finney comes up. And again, that cross court from Salisbury gets him his first point of the game. Now, singles can change pretty quickly. Can Salisbury go on a little run here? Now he's got the first point on the board. Gets that monkey off his back. Keeps Finney back. Yeah, it's good play from Salisbury that time. He's starting to find a bit of rhythm now. And Finney's looking to target the backhand quite a lot. I suggest maybe going to his forehand a couple of times to keep him to the side of the court and then open up the backhand side a little bit more. If you keep going to the backhand side every time, Salisbury's going to sit there a little bit more. Can Mark keep him honest by going over to the other side of the court once in a while? Yeah, that's better from Finney that time. Knew it was going to come cross court on the backhand side. Stayed central, just pushed it back down again. Yeah, good pressure again by Finney. Keeps pushing it hard down to the left. Gets his 8th on the board. cracked ball. First cracked ball of the morning. Change of ball coming into play. Referee Mark Pearce happy with the selection from Finney. Finney comes in at 8-2. Yeah, good shot down the line, but Finney a bit slow to get to the non-volley zone there. Left the ball a little bit mid-court, which meant he could get picked off. Yeah, it's a good shot again by Salisbury. Finney just needs to get up to that non-volley zone line with the same pace he was doing earlier, or don't come in on the first one. But you can't afford to get caught a little bit back from the line like that. And again, just getting caught slightly in transition, but he's dealt with it well. Yeah, good nudge down the line. So 8-3. Finney on serve. A little bit of confusion as to whether there was an out call there or not, but the referee said you played on, so can't count that as an out call. Pushing Salisbury back on that forehand again. Keeps him on the backhand side. Salisbury can't run around that one. That's better from Finney now. Goes to the forehand. Will he go cross court? He does. Gets him up to the net. That's a nice shot by Salisbury. Really good rally. I like the point construction from both players there. Best exchange of the game so far. Ball back in the hands of Craig Salisbury. Cross court, well dealt with by Finney. Oh, that's good from Salisbury. He's getting into this now. Get the feeling that Salisbury's kind of learning this game on the way through. I think we're going to have a short pause here because there's going to be an announcement. I'm just going to put the... Just an announcement there from the organisers. They're looking for a player for court 2 who's not shown up on court yet. Coming in at 4-8. As I was saying, Salisbury just feeling like he's working this game out as he goes. Too much height on that one though. Gives the ball in the air to Finney to punch down. Salisbury's double-handed backhand is letting him down there, so Finney moves on to 9, 2 points away from victory here in this opening game of the day. Singles day here at the Diadem Welsh Open. It's good from Finney. Yeah, good play by Mark Finney. Brings up game point. It's like he's taking the advice on board. He's going one side and the other a little bit more now, rather than just being relentless all the time on the backhand side. Yeah, good play. Finney takes the game, 11-4. Got himself to the non-volley zone again. Takes the victory. Good performance there from Mark Finney. We'll be back with game 2 in a moment or two. Welcome back to Wrexham, everybody. We're just waiting for the next singles game to get underway here on number 1 court. And I thought I'd take this opportunity to just go over some of the medalists from yesterday that didn't get a shout out. So yesterday was the mixed doubles day, and I'm going to go back in reverse order, starting with the 70 plus 3.5 category. Well done to Anne Tuck-Brown and Paul Seller. They saw off the Anglesey pair of Rachel Moore and John Roberts in the final. Susan Whitehouse and Richard Whitehouse taking bronze medal there. 70 plus 3.0 division saw Valerie Jones and Tony Shingler beat Leslie Greenwood and Andy Cree in the final. Valerie Thompson and Patrick Ridley taking the bronze medal. In the mixed doubles 60 plus 4.0 plus, we saw this bracket all the way through on the live stream yesterday. Angela McElvery and Alistair Crockett, they won gold, beating Karen Farnhill and Paul Chard. And Chard and Farnhill split the Scottish pairs because Morag Boyle and David Simpson took a bronze medal. In the 60 plus 3.5, well done to Alice Drew Nicky and Harry Hodgson. They took gold medal, beating Tracy and Phil Povey in the final. Karen Bayliss and Stephen Malloy finishing with the bronze medal. In the 3.0 category, Caroline and Richard Lumby beat Tracy Cree and Derek Dunning. They saw off Gaynor Jones Jenkins and Selfin Jones took bronze medal. Well done to Gaynor and Selfin, two players that I've been coaching on Anglesey. Delighted for them to get medals yesterday too. I was unaware of that, so really, really very pleased for them. And we go to the 50 plus categories now, starting with the 4.0 plus, another competition we followed all the way through. Susan Evans, Tony Williams, another player I've been working with there, Susan Evans, well done. Gold medal, beating Debbie Ancura and Michael Scott, and Deb and Mark Finney taking the bronze medals. 50 plus 3.5 division, Jane Sunderland, Andy Baxter, what a final that was. They beat Lisa Butcher and Christopher West, and Judith Sylvester and Neil Cunningham took bronze. In the 3.0 category, well done to Nia Owen and Richard Meadows from Anglesey, and yes, have been working with them too. So pleased to see these players that have been taking the time and money to invest in their getting coached, getting the performances their hard work has deserved. They beat Ruth Whaling and Tom Penn in the final. Rachel Twiss and Jos Medinger taking the bronze medal. So well done to everyone who played yesterday, and especially well done to those who got through and medalled at the end of the day. If you're just joining us a little bit late this morning, well, we are bringing you singles all the way through. 50 plus 4.0 plus division. We just saw Mark Finney beat Craig Salisbury in game number 1. And then we are waiting for the men's 15 plus and 35 plus combined 4.0 plus category. In a change to the running order, it's going to be Lee Ryder who's stepping in for Matthew Jackson. He's going to be up against James Reynolds. Reynolds just waiting for Ryder to appear. Lee Ryder, he's put all the tech stuff together behind the scenes, and I mean, yeah, he's left me to it in the sense of I'm the one turning the buttons on and off, which is a bit of a scary thing for me. But Lee has obviously got complete confidence in it all running well today, because he's going to jump straight on court and play some pickleball. As soon as I heard there was a potential gap in the schedule, I did wonder whether I could get a call up, but apparently commentating and playing at the same time is one technical step too far for us here at the Welsh Open, though it would have been a lot of fun. See if we can bring you any other results so far in the game. Well, Mark Sindel, he's off to a winning start. He beat Phil Gordos in the 50 plus competition 11-1, so some competition there for Finney straight away at the top of the table. And I'm just going to call it the 15 plus competition, so don't have to keep saying 15 plus and 35 plus combined. In the 50 plus competition, 15 plus competition, they haven't got started yet. So we're waiting for this game to start here. Lee Ryder just appearing on court any minute now, I'm sure. Late call up. Not seen Lee play much singles on Anglesey, so this will be a nice experience for you and me viewers. And he's going to be going up against James Reynolds, another player that I'm not too familiar with from the singles point of view, but I believe he is another one of the staff here at the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. Once again, a big shout out to the guys here at the venue, because Already had my first coffee of the day delivered by Pickle Twin number 2, Kim McCall. Very kind of her to bring over a black Americano, get me powered up for the day's events. So Ryder and Reynolds just going through the last couple of bits and pieces with the referee, Mark Pearce. And going to be an interesting matchup here. Lee does like to hit a ball. I know that much. When he plays doubles, he sometimes plays it's like singles, the drives he hits in. And he moves pretty well, so could be a good challenge here. Don't know anything about James Reynolds other than he's wearing red and black. And if he's a member of staff here, going to presume that he's got a tennis background. If there is anybody in the live chat on YouTube watching and knows anything more about James Reynolds, please do come and share the news. We're running about 15 minutes late already here on court number 1, but that's not going to be a major issue because we are only bringing you the men's competitions today, and the final is slated for about 2:45, and that's the 15+ final. Just to give you an idea of what we'll be doing, we'll round about 11:30, maybe a little bit later depending on how we're running, we'll be moving into the semi-finals, and we will bring you all 4 semi-finals on court number 1. That's all 4 semi-finals, 2 in the 50+, 2 in the 15+. Then we will bring you all of the finals, the bronze final and the final of the 50+, and then the bronze final and the final of the 15+. That is what we'll be bringing you. So you'll barely miss a match here in both the categories as the day goes on, which means there'll be a lot of singles action for you to watch. Going into the weekend, then we'll be moving into the 15+ and 35+ age categories. In the gender doubles on Saturday in all the skill brackets, and then mixed doubles on the Sunday, again in all the skills brackets. Well, we've got a couple of moments here. I might just let's have a little look at Saturday. See who's playing. In the tell you what, we're kicking off with an Amber Valley special on Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. We've got Amy Harris and Kerry Wishart from Amber Valley. They're in the group. Who else is playing in the women's? We've got Georgina Fellows and Debbie Miller. They'll be a strong pair. Nikki Chia and Namisha Ashcock. Don't know those guys particularly well, but I'm sure they'll be good. Georgia Roberts, Catherine Bevan, good pair. Sean Burgess and Tracy Hawkin, good pair as well. Nicola G, I'm going to guess, is related to Dave G and Harriet Parker. Jen Nielsen and Rachel Russell, they're going to be coming up in the women's competition tomorrow. What else am I going to be bringing you on court number 1? Oh, tell you what, yeah. Matthew Brindle, he's been a regular in the live chat. There's only 4 pairs in the 15+ men's doubles tomorrow. Jordan Berry and Matthew Brindle, they'll be decent. I like Jordan Berry's game a lot. Played him in the Telford Open a few weeks ago. Paired with Tracy Hawkin actually for that one, and we came out on top in that game, but Jordan is a lethal player. Mark Barnsley and Christian Hollington. Ashley Perry and Craig Williams. Paul Oxford and Alex Rowe. So that could be the court 1 action tomorrow. Oh no, we're also. Oh no, we're not. No, don't go too early on that one, Beaumont. I was going to say we might be bringing you some 3.5 action as well, but doesn't appear that we are. Let's scroll through to the end of tomorrow. See what we've got going on. So yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to be bringing you the. Oh no, there's a 35+ in there as well. There's a 35+ action that we're going to be bringing on number 1 court as well tomorrow. So who's playing in the 35+? Don't worry about that right now because we're going to be getting this game underway. It's going to be Ryder Reynolds on serve. Ryder just nudges that volley out straight away, so Reynolds gets the first point on the board. Short return from Ryder allows Reynolds to get up to the line. Bit of air on that, and then Ryder didn't really commit to the volley, just knocks it into the net. 2-point advantage already for James Reynolds. Not easy for Lee. Turned up thinking he was going to be sorting some cameras out today, and he's jumped straight on court to play some singles. Reynolds passes it down the line. Reynolds looks like he's got some nice mechanics on the shots. Not doing too much with the serve either, which I think might be a good tactic. Good cross court there from him though, whips it nicely. Gets Ryder down to his toes. Quick 4-point advantage for Reynolds and Ryder. Better return, gets caught in the middle of the zone though. Staying in the middle of the court is Ryder, pushes it long. He's either got to get up or stay back, can't hang around in the transition zone in singles. Good return, get up to the line, Lee. Keeps it in court, still in the middle. There we go, that'll give Lee Ryder some confidence. Just able to work his way up to the line, got the volley down. And if he can get up to the non-volley zone a little bit quicker, not get caught in the transition zone, he might be able to get some joy here. Again, hanging around in the middle of the court, pulls that volley wide. So, serve goes back over to Reynolds. (5-0). Gets caught again, stays in the middle, makes it easy to pick him off. So the advice I would give to Lee Ryder at the moment, if I was allowed to coach him from the sidelines, I'd be saying, Lee, get up to the non-volley zone or stay back. Don't get caught in the transition zone because you're quite easy to pick off there. So either stay back with confidence or get in quicker. Reynolds has got good shot mechanics and he's able to pass quite nicely centrally. So maybe think about hanging back until you get into the rally. Don't come too forward too quickly. Don't get caught in that middle zone. As for Reynolds, well, he's just got to keep doing what he's doing. He's not putting too much on the ball, so he's not playing a particularly fast game. But if Ryder does stay back a little bit more, it might mean that Reynolds has to play a little bit more side to side. Could open a little bit more space on court. Referee just quickly checking. Oh, I think there's a change of paddle here for Ryder as well. Gone for the change of paddle. I do like that. It reminds me of Peter Wright in the darts, who changes his darts frequently throughout a match, depending on how he's feeling. Ryder's gone for the change of paddle. Will it bring a change of luck? No, Ryder's clearly didn't hear the advice that I was trying to subliminally send him as he gets caught inside the court again. Once again, just coming in a little bit, has to play the volley for the baseline. Does all right though that time, Ryder. Gets the serve back. It's a fine line between being passive at the back of the court and just staying back and trying to be slightly in the line to be a bit more proactive. Speaking to Richard Love at the Open, where he did so well in the singles again. He was just saying that he likes to just have his toes inside the baseline, which means he can get on the front foot and apply pressure nice and early. And that's a good tip there from Richard Love. But don't want to be inside too much, but you do want to be as close to the line as possible. Couple of points here for Ryder. Just starting to find his way into the game now. And of course, it's difficult for Lee coming straight in, playing in this one. Didn't expect to be playing today at all. He's just a late replacement because we had a dropout. Just wide there from Ryder. Gives the ball back to Reynolds. Can he apply pressure now at the non-volley zone? Yes, you can. Good play, Lee Ryder. Now for Reynolds, he doesn't seem to be too quick getting up to the non-volley zone either, so got to keep your serves in. Good to go for it a little bit more in singles, but also you don't want to be giving the ball back straight away when you're so far behind. Now Reynolds comes up. That was a nice approach shot. Puts Ryder under pressure, forces the error. Eight 2. Reynolds goes long with his serve. Ryder again played a slower ball, but didn't commit, didn't get to the non-volley zone, didn't impose himself. Good approach again from Reynolds, has got Ryder low to his backhand side, moves up to 9. Nice return from Ryder. Can he now go the other way? He can. But that's a good recovery from Reynolds. He moves pretty nicely, James Reynolds. He's able to get there and apply a bit of pressure back to Ryder. But again, Ryder not at the non-volley zone, committed and guessing where the ball was going to go. Wasn't ready for the shot. That's a good shot from James Reynolds. That goes flying into the crowd, taken in a covers situation, and that's the game for James Reynolds. Convincing 11-2 victory over Lee Ryder. Credit to Lee Ryder though, stepping in at the last minute to make sure we get all the games going here in the 15+ competition. But ultimately just one game too soon for him, I think. But not a bad effort. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back to number 1 court here at the Diadem Welsh Open. We're moving back into the 50+ competition where Mark Finney's about to go up against Mark Sindel. Finney's opening result hasn't gone on the board yet, but we do know that he did win his first game against Craig Salisbury. Jason Parry. Played a lot of pickleball with Jason over the years. Something I've known pretty much since the start of my time in pickleball. It's a bit of a local derby for these two. They know each other pretty well. Jason has played a bit of mixed doubles and had some success in the mixed doubles with Mark's wife, Deb Finney. And at one point, Jason was the highest ranked player in Telford. Don't know if that's still the case or not, but so Finney will be looking to pretty much confirm his qualification to the semi-final rounds with a victory here. Parry, first game of the day. And Sam Finney, he is in the chat. Mark's son. I understand, Sam, you've been dishing it out to the old man a little bit on the singles court in recent weeks. If there's any consolation, mate, I might have beaten him in his warm-up game this morning as well. But I think we've both helped him get into good shape for this tournament today. Mark Finney is going to be getting us underway to the left of court. Jason Parry to the right. It's 0-0. Finney puts the third into the net, so an early chance for Parry to have a go at a serve. If you are watching on YouTube, folks, do get in touch. I'll give you a shout out. We can have a little conversation as the day goes on. Parry thought about approaching. Finney now gets to the non-volley zone line, but Parry does that nicely. Oh, nearly a good effort there from Finney to get it back. Parry gets the first point on the board. And Jason Parry, very much a confidence player. If he gets his confidence up and goes hot, he can play. But his head can go down quite quickly if it's not going his way. So Finney will be looking to apply the pressure, which he's done there with a nice shot to the backhand. Gets the side out, gets the ball back in hand. Jason was telling me before play today that he's not had the opportunity to play too much singles recently. And there goes the lob, which I was probably expecting to see a little bit sooner than the third shot of the game, but there we go. Jason Parry does love a lob. Had a little joke with him before the game to see how long it would take to see it. That's a nice shot. Well placed by Finney. Parry's done ever so well there. Finney's moving him around all over the place. Great play by Mark Finney. Good hustle by Jason Parry. Just unable to apply the pressure. But good work rate from Parry. Finney in control of court there. Gets his second point on the board. Nice slice, but good pick up by Finney. Good pick up by Finney. Gets the third point on the board. Now for Jason Parry, I think a good way to play against Finney is to use the full width of the court as often as possible. Open up one bit of space to the other side and go there the second time. Finney's very good when you keep it central because he's got the ability to choose angles. He makes the court quite shallow. Rare miss there on the third from Mark. So, for example, when Parry's serving now, if he can get the ball wide out to the backhand side of Finney, then play his next shot across to the forehand, he might have some joy. He won't have some joy missing the serve down the middle, though. Finney on serve, 3-1 ahead. That's good to see there. Parry's done. Oh, he's called it out. He's called it out. But I like the idea then from Parry, sorry. He moved Finney one way, then went to go the other side. And that's the way to try and get some joy. Okay, he missed the line there, but the intent was right. Now can he go cross court? No, he can't, because that's a great shot from Finney. Very nice shot from Mark Finney. Parry was getting up to the non-volley zone but didn't get set, so that ball disappeared past him. Yeah, good play by Jason Parry. Finney didn't really commit to getting to the non-volley zone there. Kind of loitering. Parry able to pick him off, gets the side out. Slower serve. Then whips it down the line. Good change up there by Parry. I like that. Just got Finney having to come into the non-volley zone line because the serve was shorter, but it wasn't really a quick enough ball to come in on. Finney gets there, just goes wide. Nice change up again by Parry. Just changed the paddle angle, went cross court, made Finney have to scramble a little bit. Backhand serve, just goes wide. Wasted opportunity there for Parry. Finney back on serve at 5. Good serve to the corner, good return, deep. Great cross court there from Mark Finney. Instigates the change of ends. That was a top shot from Finney because the return from Parry hit the corner. But absolute credit to Finney for whipping it across court. He leads 6-3 at the change of ends. Good game this. Two players, good friends, know each other pretty well. Having a chat at the change of ends. Sometimes it's difficult when you're playing somebody that you know so well. And if you're a player that likes to get into your zone and you don't want to be too friendly at the change of ends, but it is somebody you know so well, you end up disrupting your own style of play or style of change of ends type stuff. You know what I mean? By being forced into a little bit of a chat. But there's still mileage in it for Parry. If he can keep changing the angles, keep changing the depth of court for Finney, might get some joy. So Finney on serve, 6-3. Just finds the net. But again, just see what Mark Finney does so well there. He plays with such a flat paddle and he's pushing it into areas. He's not giving you much pace to work with. And that could be a real advantage for him. You always feel like you're the one who's having to hit the ball. Just wide. Or is that a thumbs up? Couldn't tell if that was a thumbs up or a finger up. It was a thumbs up. So the ball was in. Nice cross court backhand volley there from Finney. Now, I want to see Jason Parry go cross court there. He's moved Finney to the right, but Finney's not off balance after he's played the shots. There's no mileage in trying to go back past him. Go cross court there. Get him moving around again. Finney 2 points away from victory, misses his serve. That'll annoy him. He's a player who prides himself on minimal mistakes over the course of a game. Finney with that backhand, Parry with that backhand serve. Catches Finney just in from the baseline down to his toes. Picks up the point. Morning to Jill Jones, just saying doesn't know who to support in this one because two local players. Absolutely agree. So, Finney just asked the referee if he had a good look on it. Parry's called it out. 5-9. Nice push to the back of the court there by Parry. Can he go cross court now? Bit too straight. Gill has picked that up beautifully. Good pick up from Parry. Nothing wrong with the shot from Finney at all. Got it down low to Parry, but he's managed just to deflect the ball back up and over. And he's narrowed the gap to 3 points. So Jason Parry on a little bit of a run here. Finney to the backhand. There goes the lob. Not a good choice from Parry, having done so well to get back into the game. Dangles the ball up there. Finney picks it off easily. Yeah, that's good from Finney. Can he get the completion there? Well played, Jason Parry. What a shot from Finney at the end, though. Another top rally. Really good singles play from both players there. Kept the point alive. Parry again, got it across court really well, but Finney was just able to guide it down the line. Gets himself to match point. And then Parry just trying to cut it across court on the volley, puts it into the net. So Finney gets his second victory of the day. That was a really good quality game of singles. Nice angles being used by both players. Nice changes of pace. It wasn't just bang, bang, bang all the way through. Really enjoyed that. Interesting game. We'll be moving on to the next one shortly, and I believe we're going to have Lee Ryder up against Nathan Schemmel in the next game. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back to the Diadem Welsh Open. We're on court number one. We are bringing you singles action throughout the day. We are moving back into the 15 plus, 4.0 plus category right now. It's going to be Lee Ryder against Nathan Schemmel. We're a little bit behind on the scores being updated on my league table. we did watch Lee Ryder lose his first game to James Reynolds. But we're going to see Ryder up against Nathan Schemmel now, who also lost his first game to Mike Rouse, 11-5. I don't know if Schemmel's played another one since then. I know Ryder hasn't. But there's 6 players in this group, and the top 4 will progress to the knockout stages, the semi-finals, which we'll, of course, be bringing you later on. So, as we have it at the moment, Rouse and Gordos have won their opening games. Cornish and Schemmel have lost their opening games. If you are watching along on YouTube, do come and say hello in the YouTube chat, because otherwise it's just me and Sam Finney discussing what it's like to beat Mark Finney. I mean, I think Sam does it more often than I do, to be fair. But my days of beating Mark Finney quite comfortably are long gone. It's an absolutely epic tussle every time I get on court against him. And he's top of his group so far. He was my pick for the 50-plus title at the start of the day, but I think he could have some tough competition from Mark Sindel by the looks of it, as Sindel's off to a winning start as well. SJM Rules, good morning to you as well. Nice to see you here. You've joined us just in time to see Nathan Schemmel up against Lee Ryder in the 15-plus category. Referee Kelly Olsen will be officiating this game. And we are already moving through to the 4th game of the day. Running about 15 minutes late so far. Not a disaster by any stretch of the imagination. Schemmel, quite a tall guy here, has to be said. So 1 minute till the game gets underway. Oh, now SJM Rules is a Schemmel fan by the looks of it. And I'm guessing Jake Schemmel is probably a relation. Thank you very much, Jake, for pointing out that the video seems to have frozen here. The camera does freeze once in a while, and I don't always notice immediately. So if you do notice that happening today, do let me know. I'm doing the scoreboard, doing the cameras, doing the commentary, and trying to keep up with the group chat as well, which is a good addition to my day, as I'm on my own by the looks of it in the commentary box for the course of singles day. Slightly shorter day for me though. I mean, I think we're going to be off court about 3:30, maybe 4 o'clock. Gives me a few hours of rest from the voice. I've been joined by Liam McDaniel so far this week, but I believe she is unavailable today, or she's just grown sick and tired of talking about pickleball with me and has decided to have the day off. Anyway, Schemmel on serve. This game is underway. First to 11, win by 1. Schemmel straight up to the non-volley zone, but that was better from Ryder straight away. Staying at the back of the court, not coming in. I think he might have taken the advice on board. Schemmel nearly serving before the referee finished calling the score. Good serve, that just pushes it wide. So I'm not sure what Schemmel's background is. Trying to look at his paddle mechanics, see if I can get a clue. But he's quite whippy on that serve. And on the forehand as well. Quite a fast paddle, quite a fast whippy action. Panga. Feels like they should be rooting for me with all I'm having to do in the commentary booth. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. I was trying to get to see if I could play in the competition and commentate at the same time as well, but that idea was thrown out pretty quickly, and it was Lee Ryder who took the spot just along from Schemmel. Could have been the first bit of live singles commentary by the commentator on court, but yeah, the organisers didn't go for it. I'm sure you'd much rather be watching this game than me against Schemmel anyway. Ryder's just starting to get into it. Gets his first point on the board. Going for a serve there. Don't mind that. Bit of impetus on the serve. In singles, it's much more important to really go for the serve, I think, than it is in doubles. Doubles, to an element, just try and keep it deep, get it in play. Singles, you do want to try and give it a little bit. Better play by Ryder, just forcing Schemmel to go down the line, which he misses. Gets the side out again. Good play from Schemmel at the non-volley zone line. Good reset that time from Ryder. Yeah, good point by both players there. Good point. Schemmel eventually coming out on top, but Ryder did a few good things in that exchange as well, which can keep giving him confidence. Schemmel just goes long on the serve. And as I said a moment or two ago, don't mind that, trying to get it deep. Do mind that though, you shouldn't miss it into the net, Lee. Shouldn't miss it into the net. Short return, going to cause him problems. Good touch from Schemmel there. Nice guided volley. Yeah, better from Lee Ryder. Got the opportunity to then actually go at the target. Got Schemmel on the back foot. Forced the error. Try to go cross court. Good approach there from Schemmel. When you see an opposing figure like that coming centre, makes your gap to go to pass really quite small. Schemmel changing his serve up. Gets the result he was looking for as Ryder chops it long. Nice backhand that from Schemmel. Gets up to the non-volley zone line very nicely indeed. Good bit of play. Gives himself a 4-1 lead. Hits the line beautifully again, does Schemmel. Really good shot. Just starting to move through the gears a little bit here. Bit of height. Got to be more committed there, Ryder. Ball goes up like that. Got to go through with the shot. Got to commit to it. Change of ends at 6-1. So first time I've seen Nathan Schemmel play singles, quite like his style. Good athlete, clearly, gets up to the line in quite a controlled manner, and because of his longer limbs, he's able to cover more space at that non-volley zone line. Ryder's had more success when he's actually gone with a bit of pace at Schemmel. Schemmel's looking to play quite a controlled game, and I think a faster ball coming at him might just knock him off his rhythm slightly. But Ryder's definitely playing better in this game than he did in the first one. Needs to keep his spirits up, keep some level of confidence. For Schemmel, it's just a case of keep doing what you're doing. Keep controlling the points where you can. So Kelly Olsen calls us time in, 6-1. Slower serve. Ryder's just popped it up to get picked off, and he does get picked off. Now, even if it is that slower serve, I do feel like Ryder wants to give it back to him with a bit of oomph, because otherwise Schemmel's able to then come in and take the next one. Hits the line. Hits the line on the other side. Good shot down the line by Ryder. Just changed his paddle there at the last second. Bit of disguise there, worked out well, gets the side out. Then goes cross court. Misses to the sideline. Just being told by SJM rules, Schemmel first started playing in I'm guessing that's the USA, where he found a love for the game. Fortunately, there's some emoji on my phone which covers the last word there, but I'm guessing it was the US, and I can't shift it to find out what was said. Side out again. Hits the line, good from Ryder. Gets the net cord, gets a bit of luck. He's going to need a little bit of luck. But again, I like the fact that he played with a little bit more impetus there. Came in with a bit more commitment, bit more oomph. Big drive just goes long. Side out. Yeah, that's good again from Schemmel. Just went to the backhand side, took up a good confident position at the non-volley zone, able to angle the volley from there. Ryder trying to go cross court. Schemmel picks up his 9th point. So this is looking like it could well be Schemmel's first victory of the day. Lost to Mike Rouse in the first game. Rouse watching on on the benches. Player from Anglesey. Nice play by Schemmel. Goes to the outside. Gets up to match point. Yeah, well played, Nathan Schemmel. Comes out with the victory. Got himself up to the non-volley zone again. Takes the win. That's his second victory of the day, which means he will be joining James Reynolds at the top of the... Sorry, I tell a lie completely. That's his first win of the day, which means he joins the group of Rouse, Gordos and Cornish with a 1-for-1 record. Reynolds has 2 wins and Ryder has 2 defeats. So, good start. Well, good game there from Nathan Schemmel. He'll be pleased with that performance. This group's quite interesting because the top 4 go through. And we do have 6 people in it. So we are going to lose 2 of them at the end of this. It'll be difficult for Ryder to get out now from this position. Not impossible, but he's going to have to beat Rouse and Reynolds, which will be a tough challenge. For the guys who've all got 1 win and 1 defeat, it really is anybody's game still. Going to be moving on quickly to the next game here on court number 1. We're going to see Mark Finney in action once again, and he's up against Mark Sindel, another tennis convert. And this really is the heavyweight clash of the group. I say that though. Sindel lost. I'm surprised at that. Sindel beat Gordos 11-1, but then lost 11-1 to Craig Salisbury. Now we saw Craig Salisbury improve rapidly in the game with Finney. Just Finney was too far ahead, I think, before Salisbury started to work a thing or 2 out. But Salisbury then went on to win his next game 11-1. So Sindel's won 11-1, lost 11-1. And he's now going up against Finney, who's won both games. Very interesting indeed in the 50 plus, 4.0 plus category. As it stands, Finney top with 2 wins from 2. Salisbury 1 win, 1 defeat. Sindel 1 win, 1 defeat. Parry 1 defeat. And Gordos 1 defeat with the statistics I have at this exact moment. So a win now for Finney. We'll see him comfortably through to the next round. A win for Sindel will keep him very much in the running. As I say, we're going to lose 1 team here at the end of this round robin stage. There's been some good quality singles games being played so far this morning. And this is the 50 plus game that I did circle, that I was looking forward to seeing. First time I've seen Mark Sindel play. I know he's doing a lot of coaching in North Wales as well, which is good to hear. Good opportunity to check out the Pickleball side of what he is doing. Just looking warm up, seems to have nice strokes. Bit of a jabby sliced backhand, that's interesting to note. Moving his feet quite nicely. Oh, he has got a two-handed backhand as well, okay. I think this could be quite an interesting game. Would love to have seen Salisbury's game against Sindel, to see what Salisbury changed going into his second game, because Finney was working him out pretty quickly, but just sometimes it's match-up styles, isn't it, in Pickleball, especially in singles. Finney's going to be getting us underway. No, he's not. They're practicing some serves. My mistake. Finney looked like he was about to launch into a serve to get us going, but he's just having a couple of more warm-up ones. See if we've got any more results coming in either of the categories. Not just yet. What else have we got going on Friday here? Well, we've got the men's skinny singles, 70 plus, 3.0 division. Michael Muir beating Michael Murphy 11-0 in that one. Well done, Mike, a good friend of mine. There's the women's singles, 50 plus, 3.0 category. Also taking place. The 3.0 in the 15 plus, 3.5 plus as well. Seeing a win there for Martin Harwood against Kurt Hickman. Skinny singles in the 60 plus, 3.0 plus division. Susan Evans beating Paula Walker. Anyway, getting underway here. Sindel on serve. Goes wide on his first approach to the Finney backhand. Finney on serve. Sindel looking to come in straight away. Finney gets it right down to the toes. First point on the board for Mark Finney in game 3. Yeah, nice play again by Mark Finney. Sindel did get up to the line that time, but was off balance on the backhand volley. Meant Finney could go the other way. Got it behind him. Good shot by Finney down the line. Picks Sindel off at the non-volley zone once again. Sindel missed return into the net. Sudden 4-point lead for Finney. Very quick start from Mark Finney. Only 5 rallies. Finney's won all of them, gaining 4 points. Great shot down the line from Mark off the back foot, close to the line, kisses the line. Suddenly it's a comfortable lead. Sindel goes long, just trying to do too much now is Mark Sindel. Got off to a winning start, 11-1 in his first game. Lost his second one, 11-1, and now he's 6-0 down in the third of his matches. Just seeing Mike Rouse playing against James Reynolds on a court to my left. That's a big clash in the 15 plus category. But here on show court, it's Finney with a comfortable 6-0 lead against Mark Sindel. So both players are ready to get going. Referee Kelly Olsen moves to the side of the court. Finney in with a 6-point advantage. Sam Finney in the YouTube chat just giving his dad a bit of moral support as he picks up his 7th point. Starting to feel relatively comfortable for Finney. It's going to need a big change around here. For Sindel, he's just got to find a way getting into these rallies. And to do that, he's got to keep the first ball in. There's 4 missed returns now for Sindel, which means Finney's not had to do much to pick up 50% of his points so far. Finney does well to get composed at the non-volley zone line. Didn't feel like that was the best ball for Finney to come in on, to be fair, but he was then able to adjust and do a good job when he got there. Leads 9-0. That'll give Sindel some pleasure. First time he's been able to open up the court properly himself, get balanced out the non-volley zone. So only the second time Sindel was served. Finney does well to pick that up. Ball went long from the Finney return. Sindel gets a point on the board. Sindel keeps it in court at the back of the court. Nice shot, gets his second point. This will do Mark Sindel the world of good, just starting to grow into the game. Quite late, but who knows, might not be too late. Hits the net that time though, and Finney gets the ball back in his hand, 2 points away from the finishing line. Another missed return from Sindel. I make that 5 now. Brings up match point for Finney. So important in singles that you get your returns in. Otherwise, you're letting your opponent off the hook. Finney goes down the line, takes the victory, 11-2. Mark Finney's run towards the latter stages of this tournament continues apace. We'll be back after this short break. Here we go again, folks. Another game on court number 1. Chris Beaumont leading the commentary today on Singles Day here in Wrexham. About to bring you Lee Ryder up again once more against Ben Gordos. Lee Ryder just stepping in to play singles as we had a player withdraw, Matthew Jackson, at the start of the day. So Lee Ryder kindly stepping in to take the place, so meaning all the other players can get a full complement of games. And Lee obviously would like to be doing a little bit more than just making sure others get their full complement of games. He's played 2, lost 2, but growing into the singles tournament himself. Ben Gordos, looking at the statistics I have in front of me so far, I don't know how up to date they are, but from his first 2 games, he'd won 1, lost 1. So Ryder on serve. Gordos puts his return into the net, so Lee Ryder ahead for the first time here at the Welsh Open in this singles competition. He's in the lead for the very first time. Nice shot from Gordos down the line. Just goes under the paddle of Ryder. Just tries to go cross court with that jabby backhand slice, but misses the line. Gordos gets his first points. Nice return from Ryder. Forces the error. Back on the serve of Ryder. Just jabbing down on that backhand again. Needs to get under the ball. Can't try and slice every single backhand. Sometimes you've got to bend the knees, get underneath it, roll it. Deep return. Just long on that volley on the backhand side again from Ryder. So Gordos from Wolves Pickleball, the club run by Jack Edwards and his mother Rachel Goldie. He's been playing a bit of doubles as well, hoping to see him move up the category levels, as I think he stood out a bit too much at the 3.0 category that I saw him play about a month or so ago at the Telford Open. I'm sure he'll be looking to push himself and play slightly higher level and challenge himself there. Jack Edwards, exceptional player and doing some really good coaching for people as well. Good reset from Gordos. Ryder changes the court. That's a good get as well. Nice position there from Ryder. It's actually better there to go to the feet, not to go wide, because if he'd gone wider, Gordos might have been able to wrap a paddle around it. But by going to the ankle, sort of jammed him up there. So good intelligent play by Lee Ryder. Gets the side out at 1-2. Good hustle by Lee Ryder, getting around the court well. Can he get another one? He can. Great point this. Oh, and then after all that, goes long. Amazing point though. Good movement from both players. In the end, Ryder just lost that bit of composure. Gave it a big swing, but went long. Yeah, well played, Gordos. Got nicely to the non-volley zone line, went cross court. Jams that backhand again. Ryder needs to develop some options on the backhand side, because you see everything there is coming with quite a high to low jab, which means he's cutting every single ball. And you can't always control it. It's great when it works, but it's quite inconsistent. And there again. So he's done 2 good ones. Then that next one, he's cut at the ball again, jabbing at it, and it goes long. Sometimes you just got to be able to hold the paddle flat, roll over the top of the ball, or go through the ball flat to be able to keep that control. If you're jabbing and cutting underneath every single one, your timing has to be so on point to avoid the ball going long or into the net. So Gordos in pretty good shape in this game right now. The Rouse and Reynolds game has finished. I don't know what the result was, but I can see that actually Reynolds has got the board in his hand, so he's either ready for his next game or he's taking the result back over to the control desk. Looking at the look on Mike Rouse's face, I'm going to suggest that Reynolds maybe came out on top in that game. It's pretty tight in the 50+ competition as well. Jason Parry currently the guy that's looking like he'll get eliminated, having lost 2 of his games. We're back underway. All the luck in the world there for Ben Gordos. Kisses the net with slice, which means it's very likely to spin back towards the net, and that's exactly what it did. Leads 7-1. Goes to try and pass down the line and can get it over the net. Next game on this court will be Jason Parry against Craig Salisbury, by the way, just so you know. Gordos, nice little touch. Brings up his 8th. A couple of people who asked me if I'm playing today. I tell you what, watching the singles so far, really wish I was. Would love to be having a go in this competition today. Love-hate relationship with singles, like a lot of people. Love it when it's going well, hate it when it's not, and that can change in different directions over the course of one game. Lee Ryder gets his 2nd point on the board. Always fewer people at a singles tournament, mainly because there's fewer entrants. Also, there's half the amount of people on court, of course, but always surprising me, more people don't give singles a real go. It's great for your fitness. Can improve your doubles game as well. Again, Ryder trying to slice the ball from so low. Needs to get underneath it and guide it occasionally. Yeah, well played, Gordos. Read where Ryder was going to go. Ryder trying to go for the winning shot, understandably, but it was anticipated well by Ben Gordos. Got the paddle in the right place, guided it to the side. Miss it from Gordos that time. Goes wide. Just wide. Brings up point number 3 for Lee Ryder. The net called again. Ryder does well. Yeah, good cross court again from Gordos. Gets the side out. Gordos puts it away nicely, gets his point, takes him to match point. And Ryder just clips the top of the net cord, goes into the net. Good game that. Ben Gordos takes it 11-3. He keeps himself in the running to get out of this group. Ryder, again, just to remind people, Lee Ryder stepped in right at the last moment to take the place of Matthew Jackson, who was a no-show today, unfortunately. So Ryder putting himself through it for the good of the game. And he's finding it quite tough out there. Going to take a very quick break. We'll be back with the next fixture in not too long. Welcome back to Wrexham, and it is the next men's singles fixture in the 50 plus category, where we have Jason Parry up against Craig Salisbury. Let's see if we can get the latest on what's been happening in this one. Yeah, so Parry hasn't got his first victory yet, but a win here would give him that opportunity to get through to the semi-finals, because Sindel and Gordos only have one win each themselves. Finney running away with it at the moment, 3 from 3. So this is an important game for both players. A win here for Parry would put him on the same wins as Craig Salisbury, Phil Gordos and Mark Sindel. So let's see what happens in this one. Salisbury lost his first game against Finney, but looked like he was working out what to do towards the end, and then stormed past Sindel 11-1 in his second game. So it is Salisbury who gets us underway. Parry does well. It's a good, just out there from Salisbury. It was a good retrieval from Parry at the back of the court, lifted it. Salisbury went for the kill shot, missed the sideline. So side out early, Parry on serve. Yeah, good push down to the court. Parry takes the lead. Salisbury, tennis coach here at Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. Hasn't played much pickleball apparently, but throwing himself into this competition straight away in the highest bracket. Good depth on that forehand. Parry retrieves it. Salisbury comes through. Parry, good recovery again from the back of the court. Gets it just to be lower than the net. Parry does well, and Salisbury just stretching for the ball. Parry goes 2-0 ahead. Nice pass down the line from Salisbury. Just kind of sat there in the middle there, Parry. Didn't commit to either side. Had he taken a step to the left, he might have forced Salisbury to go cross court. Yeah, not enough depth on that return to follow it in for Parry, so Salisbury gets a point. 1-2. Long from Salisbury. Two-1. Yeah, just to check on the score there. It's 2-1 to Parry. Yeah, good placement from Salisbury. Parry just getting caught in the mid-court once again. Side out. Parry goes long. Salisbury draws level at 2 apiece. Good return, gets himself up to the line. Yeah, that's a good follow-up volley from Parry that time. Better return, allowed him to get up to the line quickly, able to get balanced in time, which is key, then controlled his volley. He's done well, Parry. Salisbury's then put it back the other way. Just a little bit too mid-court in his shots there from Parry, which allowed Salisbury to take control of the point, allowed him to be the one to get up to the non-volley zone. 2-2. Nice serve. That's very good from Salisbury. But again, Parry not getting to the non-volley zone line quick enough, which happens to us all, but not getting stopped before the ball was being hit. That's really good from Parry. Lovely cross-court shot that time. Salisbury equally not getting stopped at the non-volley zone. Just lifts it up and over the bar, over the line. return. Oh, bit of net cords. Action for Craig Salisbury, gets the side out. Another deep serve. Yeah, that's good play again by Craig Salisbury. Just by taking that little bit off the serve and getting it that much deeper, asking a different question of Jason Parry. Didn't get stopped in time on the volley. Puts it down into the net. Good approach play though. Just needs again just to get that balance on the volley. Smaller paddles to what some of these players are used to. Return goes long. So whereas in tennis you can probably just afford to keep moving a fraction longer because you've got a longer implement in your hand, paddle being more compact here in pickleball just means that you do need that extra bit of balance because you've got a smaller surface to work with. Therefore your timing has to be more on point. Good bit of play there by Parry. Nice bit of slice. Forces Salisbury long at the back of the court. We are level. Good game this, 4 apiece. Yeah, good to the backhand side. Salisbury trying to pass from a low ball, puts it into the net. Shorter serve from Parry. Can he go the other way? Oh, he sent it back, but sends it wide. Expected Parry to open up and go to the forehand side there. Try to get Salisbury off balance. Runs around to his forehand, kisses the net again. Where's he going to go this side? Yeah, well played. Timed it nicely, just held it a fraction longer and then went back across the body. 5-5. Close battle this, really good game. Long on the return from Parry. So Salisbury has a 1-point advantage at the change of ends. But this is a decent game. And neither player getting into a regular run of points. But it's interesting how the two styles are contrasting. A lot of topspin from Salisbury, pretty much at all times. Whereas Parry just a bit like Finney does, pushing into areas a little bit more. And it's proving quite successful. Just long that serve from Salisbury. Side out, so chance for Parry straight away to get level, having changed ends. It's a really good return. Parry's done ever so well. And then Salisbury uses the court perfectly to get the ball back in hand. Parry's off balance, but the ball just kicked up a little bit, meaning Salisbury couldn't get the timing quite right, side out. Parry fights his way out at that point. Down the line, easy enough for Salisbury. If that serve sits as nicely as that, it's quite easy pickings. Needs a bit more depth. Ooh, nearly from Parry. Good approach play again from Salisbury. Just kept the ball really low to the backhand side. Meant Parry had to do all of the work and wasn't able to get it over the net. Big Top spin forehand again to the backhand side. Gives Salisbury a 2-point advantage. Or is that a 3-point advantage? Is that 8 on the board? It is, it's 8 on the board, 8-5. Good deep serve again from Salisbury. And again, Parry just trying to jab and slice. Goes straight across into the net. Got to try and come under the ball and give it a little bit of an opportunity to float a little bit more there. Serves getting quite high on the wrist. But a good, powerful shot across court. Salisbury starting to find his rhythm in the singles competition. And Parry just pushes that one long. Good fight from Jason Parry, certainly in the first half of the game. Salisbury just moved through the gears quite nicely there to take the victory. And that means Jason Parry, it's unlikely, I'm going to say, to get out of the group stages. He could well be our man going home after the round robin. Craig Salisbury, though, starting to impress, starting to get used to this singles game. Moving through the gears. And that's at least his second win of the day. If that was his third game, so we're a little bit slow on getting the scores up to date here, but he's definitely got 2 wins on the board. He'll be looking to keep going. Next up, we're going to see Ryder against Ted Cornish in the 15+. Bringing that game shortly. Just going to take a quick break. Welcome back to the Diadem Welsh Open, everybody. We're on court number 1 here, and we've got more live singles action for you in the 15+ category. We will have Lee Ryder up against Ted Cornish, and as it stands at the moment, Lee Ryder, bottom of the group, 0 wins from his 3 games, but he, again, keep coming back to that. He stepped in to help the tournament out today. He wasn't planning to play, but we had a late withdrawal, so Lee kindly stepped in. He's up against Ted Cornish, who currently has 2 wins from his 3 games and is looking pretty good to find his way through to the semi-finals. Below him, Nathan Schemmel and Mike Rouse, they're having a bit of a battle for that 4th place as it stands, but there could still be some changes in this over the next 2 games. So a must win really for Cornish to fully consolidate his place in the Final 4. Lee Ryder looking to improve on his performances so far. James Reynolds leading the way at the moment, 3 wins from 3 in this group. Whilst the players are warming up, see if I can just bring you the latest from the 50+ category as well. Well, Finney still leads the way with 3 wins from 3 there. We saw Salisbury pick up his 2nd win against Jason Parry, and he's currently in 2nd place. This game is now getting underway, and it is Ryder who serves first and goes down the line, wins the point. Good start from Lee Ryder. So he leads 1-0. Cornish pushing to the back of the court. Big drive from Ryder. Just out from Cornish. Good rally that for the 2nd rally of the game. Just hearing that Finney might have won his 4th game in a row as well, which means he'll be going through with a 100% record to the semi-final. He was the guy I picked to be the man to beat in the competition in the 50+. We've got a side out here, and Cornish on serve. Ryder digs it out. Cornish invites him up to the non-volley zone. That's a good shot from Ryder. I think he's hit the referee on the head on the way through there. Mark Pearce just shrugs it off, doesn't even flinch. Top refereeing there from Mark Pearce. And Ryder gets the ball back in hand. Sloppy from Ryder, that one. Needs to be more proactive, needs to whip it there and keep it in court, of course. Yeah, Ryder did well to dig the first one out, but Cornish then had the opportunity to pick where he wanted that next one to go. Gets his first point on the board. Cross court from Ryder just misses. Cornish draws level. Pushes into the net. Cornish side out, so having got himself level. Got him stretching. Can Ryder then go the other way, but he opted to go flatter. Puts it into the net. Hands the ball back to Ted Cornish. Yeah, well played by Ryder, gets the ball back. So whereas in doubles, I do advocate going to the same way, not changing direction of the ball too often in doubles, just subtle little changes. In singles, I think there is a much bigger argument for changing direction of the ball where you can to keep opening that court up, keep your opponent moving around a lot more. Cornish just gets a little bit of luck off the net court there. Not balanced Ryder, trying to get up to the non-volley zone line, which is good though, because he's taken the more aggressive approach trying to get up there, but he's got to get balance before the ball's coming back to him. Cornish misses his serve, so Ryder comes in at 2-3. Easy pickings there for Cornish, just lifted into his forehand zone. Right, again, chopping that backhand. And the ball goes so flat. You've got to be taking it at the right contact point if you're going to get such a flat ball to go over the net. Just wide. Ryder coming in at 2-4. 2 points behind. And there's that choppy backhand again. It's got to try and guide it. Don't be so stabby at the ball. Just flicks it long as well. The serve just comes off the net, so Ryder was scampering in a little. Tried to go cross court, didn't mind the idea, just didn't quite execute. And we have the side out, Cornish ahead, 6-2 at the change of ends. So this win would make it pretty difficult for Cornish not to go through. It'd be his third win. Gordos has now picked up his third win in the group, so he's pretty much through as well. Reynolds still 3 from 3. Gordos has lost 1. Does look like it's going to be a shootout between Schemmel and Rouse for that last place. They have played each other, and Rouse beat Schemmel 11-5. Schemmel's remaining games are against Reynolds, top of the group, and Gordos. And Rouse's remaining game is against Lee Ryder, which we'll be bringing you here on this court a little bit later. So Schemmel will have 2 bites of the cherry to get that extra win in place. Rouse will be backing himself, I would imagine, to beat Ryder. So it might be that Schemmel could need an extra victory to get the 4th place. Well played, Ted Cornish. Got to the line well nicely there. Rouse is also carrying a minus 11 points difference. Schemmel carrying a 0 points difference. Just wide. Brings up number 9. Just wide again from Ryder on that jabby backhand again. It's one thing I would say to Lee Ryder to go and work on after this tournament is try and come up with a bit more variety in that backhand technique. Limits your options if you're only going to play it one way. Big drive that time. That was different. That was a bit flatter from Ryder. Didn't have the same undercut. And that's taken Cornish a little bit by surprise. Short return. And Ryder picks up point number 4. Good placement on that next ball from Lee Ryder. Meant the Cornish had to do all the work on the next shot. Puts it into the net. Misses his serve, gives it back to Cornish on game points. Cornish pushes it down the line, takes the game. We'll be seeing him in the semi-finals. Good performance from Ted Cornish. Lee Ryder battling gamely, unable to get too close to his opponent though, and that will mean Ted Cornish goes through. That's a 7-point difference added to it. So he'll still be sitting in 3rd place in the group, but qualification to the semi-finals is now assured for Ted Cornish. Nathan Schemmel and Mike Rouse. It is now absolutely neck and neck. Schemmel has played his next game and he lost it, which means him and Rouse both have 1 win each going into their last game. Schemmel's last game is going to be against Ben Gordos, who will be favourite for that game. Rouse is going to play Ryder, and I would say Rouse is going to be favourite for that game. So could get very close for that last place in the semi-finals in the 15+ group. We're flipping back over to the 50+ category, where if Parry can beat Sindel, you never know. And he's going to be playing Mark Sindel. Phil Gordos has only got 1 win. Sindel has only got 1 win. So a win here for Parry could make it interesting. He's going to need to win and win well. Just trying to see who's coming up where in their last games. Gordos's last game is going to be up against Craig Salisbury. Salisbury on a good little run at the moment. And of course Sindel's last game against Jason Parry. So Parry needs to win, Sindel needs to win, Gordos needs to win to decide who are the 4 going through and who is the 1 going home. Let's take a very, very short break and we'll be back with the next fixture. Right then, guys, so it's pretty much knockout pickable here for Sindel and Parry. A little bit more jeopardy on it for Parry than Sindel. Sindel could still get through even if he does lose this game to Jason Parry. Parry has to win to have any hope of getting into the top 4 places from 5 and find himself in the semi-final. Sindel's going to be getting us underway. First to 11, win by 1 in these round-robin games. Just out on the serve. So ball handed over to Jason Parry straight away. He's gone for the sneaky little serve there, Sindel. Early doors, didn't quite work out. Parry with that backhand serve. Good drive down the line. Oh, dropped in the field there by Faye Harwood. Went for the one-hander. Should have gone with 2. Should have gone with 2 hands. So Parry gets the first point on the board. Gets his second point on the board. Will make things very interesting indeed if Parry does pick up a victory here, and a convincing victory. Good battle there by both players. Sindel getting a nice angle on the backhand, down a little bit lower on Parry. Second server. Sorry, change of server. I've still got the doubles in my head there. What's going on? I've been watching singles for the last 2 hours, 10 minutes, and I'm still thinking it's doubles. Sindel gets his first point on the board. Don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, do get in touch. Be great to hear from you. Sindel pushes that one into the net. Change of serve once again. Got a bit of love for Nath Schemmel so far. We've had some good support for Mark Finney in the 50 plus. Any other fans of any other people out there watching the pickleball this morning? Parry just rolls that one into the net. So it's 1-2. Sindel goes long. Parry back in at 2-1. On the backhand serve. Cross court into the net. Parry moves to 3. Good deep return and a good cross court inside out there from Jason Parry. Gets number 4 on the board. Leads 4-1, 3-point advantage. Gets that one down to the toes, then running through the transition zone. Just get balance there, play from a still position, you get more control. Goes down the line, just fractionally wide from Parry. Sindel picks up his second point. Yeah, sat up nicely for Sindel. Parry came very central on his court positioning, allowed Sindel to pick him off down the line. Good pressure that time from Parry himself. Got it slightly behind Sindel on the forehand side, unable to guide it across. Long from Sindel, 5 on the board for Parry. Change ends at 6 in this first to 11 game. Fault call, not entirely sure what for. Couldn't hear from the referee Mark Pearce that time. Ball's in Sindel's hands. Nice cross court from Parry. Keeps Sindel at the back of the court. That's a good shot from Sindel, just wide from Parry, trying to go cross court himself. Sindel up to 4. Nice return from Parry. Forces Sindel long. Parry with a slender point advantage. Can he get to the change of ends? He can, as Sindel misses the return. So Parry leads 6-4 at the change of ends. And as I say, must-win game here for Jason Parry. But he's put himself in a good position, halfway through. It's quite nip and tuck this game. Serves changing hands quite frequently. Not the greatest amount of rhythm to it just yet, but entertaining in the sense of the pressure on this game. Parry comes back in at 6-4. then pushes it wide of the sideline, so side out. Sindel comes in at 4-6. I tell you what, it looks like the pickle twin, my favourite pickle twin of the day, is somehow delivering me another coffee. I don't know how she even knew I was up for a coffee. That's very kind of you, Kim. The staff have brought it over and given it to Kim to deliver. Thank you, Kim McCall. Black Americano here keeps me going for the thrilling conclusion of this game, as Sindel draws himself level at 6s. It's going one way and the other this game. A win for Sindel sees him through. A win for Parry means there's a nervous wait. Good shot from Parry there. Sindel keeping him at the back of the court though. Parry can't get up. He can get up now. Can he volley? Oh, that's so nice from Jason Parry. Timed his move to the non-volley zone perfectly. Opened the paddle face. Delicate touch. That's the shot of the day on singles court from Jason Parry. Sindel responds with a good shot of his own though. Puts the pressure straight back on. Gets the ball back in his hand at 6s. Good shot down the line from Sindel. Parry off balance, unable to get the volley over the net. Sindel edges in front. Good depth on the backhand from Sindel, but then too much depth on the forehand. Parry serving behind for the first time in the game. Sindel's done ever so well. Parry couldn't get forward there for whatever reason. Maybe just didn't anticipate that Sindel was going to be able to get to the volley. Just long from Parry on the return. Gives Sindel the 8th point. First to 11. That's a good change of direction. Well played Parry though, read it, got across himself. Sindel just caught slightly back from the non-volley zone line there. Therefore the angle became bigger for Parry. Parry took advantage of that gap. Yeah, shorter return. Parry didn't step in. Sindel gets the ball back straight away. Sindel looking to roll the volley across court. Gives the ball back to Parry because he found the nets. Still very close this game. Serve changing hands a lot. Nice play again, Jason Parry. I thought he was going to go to the backhand side. Changed the paddle angle right at the last fraction. Went cross court. Picks up his 7th point. 1 point in it once more. Kept it alive. Sindel keeps asking the question, backpedaling. Parry misses. It was a nice combination. He got Sindel backpedaling. He was looking to drop it into the non-volley zone. Found the net tape. Wayward serve from Sindel. Gives it back to Parry straight away. Yeah, I've seen that already. That serve from Parry that Sindel can run around to and whip the forehand down the line. It's difficult for Parry to get round from there. Just needs to have a little bit more on his serve because it's so slow. It does allow Sindel to move across. Good return though. Meant that Sindel had to choose the angle because the serve was the return, was central. Neither team, neither pair, neither player getting to the finishing line here. Good angle on the return again. Serve changes sides once more. Good depth on the return. Nice drop. Yeah, that's a good point by Jason Parry, because Sindel did really nicely to get the drop to bounce in the non-volley zone. Parry was patient, got the lift, put it away. Serve changes hands again. Parry comes in at 7-8. Yeah, this time doesn't give it the angle. Or does he? Parry pushes long. Sindel still got round to that, still able to push the return down the line. I thought it was a better serve from Parry initially, but Sindel quick on his feet. Sindel goes wide, so again, serve changes hands. We've been stuck on 8-7 for some time now. Can Parry use this opportunity to get the scores level? Both players blowing a little. This time Sindel goes the other way. Just the element of surprise maybe, because Parry jabs his backhand out. Just wide on the serve. Sindel holds his face in his hand. Again, Parry at 7-8. Just wide from Parry. We change sides again at 8-7. Sindel goes long. Back to Parry, 7-8. Parry just having a little joke about how the serves are changing sides a lot. And once again, that serve isn't working out for Parry. He needs to change it up, I feel. Can he get a bit more pace on it? Great shot from Sindel. We are off 8-7. Goes round the post. Is that the one that breaks the spirit of Jason Parry? No, because comes off the net cord and gets the ball back again. Without stating the obvious, Parry needs to score on this serve. I thought that ball was wide from Sindel, but Parry's played it side out. Goes to show it's difficult to see from here. That serve is missed. And Parry gets the ball back again on 7. Sindel's got a nice pattern of play here. He's really finding that line well to the backhand side of Parry, which is opening up the court perfectly for him. He comes back in at 9-7. Goes long at 9-7. Parry again, another opportunity to get off this dreaded 7. He's been stuck on there for several minutes now. And 1 point often quickly brings another. Can he do it this time? Good double-handed backhand from Sindel. Really good shot that time from Mark Sindel. Straight down the line, nice and flat. Asking Parry to do all the work on the move. Gets the ball back at 9-7. It's nice from Parry. Puts the volley down the side. Got to the non-volley zone very well there. Got balanced enough to be able to execute the volley. Come on, Jason, get off 7. Yes, he does. He's on to 8. It's a nice backhand down the line. Sindel just took the ball a little bit too close to his ankle, unable to lift it up and over. So Parry gets to serve from the other side of the court for the first time in a while. And then puts his serve out. Sindel misses down the line. He's been on 9 for a few points now as well. 8-9. Tense game this. Quite enjoying it actually. And again, just getting the ball low to the toes. Side out. Sindel at 9-8. Goes down that side again. Good cross court from Parry. Sindel hits the line. Really good shot. Gets himself up to game point. This is for a place in the semi-final for Mark Sindel. And he finally breaks the resistance of Jason Parry. Takes the game 11-8. Really good war of attrition game that. I enjoy games like that where it is so nip and tuck. And quite often it only needs one little mini run of points to get the job done. And that's what Sindel has done at the end. Good entertainment here on number 1 court. That means that Jason Parry will now be heading home. Sindel goes through, and it won't matter what Gordos does in his last game. He's got 1 win minimum, and that is enough to get him through to the semi-final stages. We're going to be jumping quickly over to back to the 15 plus, where we are going to see Ryder and Rouse in action. And let's see if we can get the latest of it. So Schemmel did pick up his 2nd win. Schemmel beat Gordos 11-6. Bit of a surprise there. Gordos was on a quick run of form. That means for Mike Rouse, he has to win this, and he has to win it well. So, Rouse will come into this game as favourite for sure. Ryder hasn't won a game yet today. Ryder has this game as his last game. He did play Ted Cornish, lost that one as well. So Ryder has lost 4 of his games so far. He's up against Mike Rouse. Mike Rouse needs to win this and then hope that he can get enough of a points difference to sneak into that 4th place. Schemmel is the player holding that in his hands at the moment. James Reynolds going up against Ted Cornish in his last game. Can he complete his group stages unbeaten? This is a must-win for Mike Rouse. And it's a matter of pride, really, for Lee Ryder. 2 players playing their pickleball on Anglesey. Well, to be fair to Lee Ryder, actually does a lot of his pickleball in Bethesda, but very much part of Anglesey Pickleball Club. Rouse picked up the sport a few months ago, making quick strides into both singles and doubles. Good tennis background. He's thrown himself into this singles competition. Will have probably hoped that he would have gone a little bit better so far, but he's still got the chance to get into the semi-finals. And when he gets a knockout pickleball, anything can happen. So first objective for Mike Rouse is to get a victory, and then he needs to turn it into as much of a convincing victory as possible. Okay, so here we go. We're about to get underway in this 15 plus category. As we said, it's a must win for Mike Rouse. He's up against Lee Ryder, who's had all his games on show court so far. Go back to, we could have done commentary on the show. I could have played for Lee if he wanted the morning off. We could have stuck a mic on me. I could have had a go. I mean, I'm concentrating on enough things here at the same time. I'm sure adding playing into the mix would have been all right as well. Referee Mark Pearce in the hot seat once more. Jason Parry just came over to say thank you for the commentary as he makes his way home. He's back tomorrow in the men's doubles. Be good to see him again. Slightly elongated warm-up here, surprisingly. Let's have a look how we're doing for time here. So this is the 11:15 game. We've pretty much 15 minutes gap all the way through, which is pretty good going. The reason we had that delay slightly earlier in the day was whilst we were waiting for Matthew Jackson to appear. When he didn't, Lee Ryder quickly stepped in to take his place in the group stages. So just to remind you one last time, must win for Mike Rouse. He will be serving first. First time we've seen Mike on show court so far today. Gets to the non-volley zone line nicely. Nice tall man, Rouse, so able just to step across, play the volley, gets the first point of the game. Tell you that Reynolds did win his last game, won all 5 of the group games. Nice shot from Ryder down the line. Gets the side out. Rouse maybe just not getting his bearings completely right there. Ryder driving, drives into the net, side out. So we've just got the Cornish and Ryder score to go on there. This is the last game in the group, and it all does come down to this one for Mike Rouse. Finds himself one down. Ryder just coming in there, knew immediately it was the wrong ball to follow in. Ball goes back to Rouse. 2-0 he leads. Side out, good return from Ryder. Ryder just flapping the forehand at it, goes long. Ball back in the hand of Mike Rouse. Yeah, good cross court there from Mike Rouse. Nice bit of top spin. Forced Ryder to move to the right. Serve again from Rouse. Nice bit of kick on it. Again, that jabby, sliced backhand from Ryder, not having the consistency. Good backhand. But it goes in from Ryder. Just feel like Rouse could have followed that backhand in with a bit more conviction, taken a better position. He'd been able to cut that cross court out. Yeah, good choice to stay back that time for Rouse. Ryder goes long. Yeah, very nice play from Mike Rouse. Saw that the opponent was off balance, was able to come up to the non-volley zone line. Took the volley out of the air, puts it across court. Well played. He's done well to keep it in play. Goes inside out on the volley, and again, there's that backhand from Ryder just jabbed down. Mike Rouse, 6-0 up. This was the Mike Rouse I was expecting to see a little bit of today. Good play, good court positioning, good ground strokes. He's got himself into a good position here. Now, if he can continue this, a big win does make it very interesting indeed for that final semi-final place. Rouse just taking his time at the back of the court, staying composed. First time on a live stream in Pickleball for Mike Rouse. Good tennis background, tennis coach on Anglesey, paddle coach on Anglesey. Moving into the Pickleball space as well, which is great to see. We do need more players like Mike joining the game in Wales. Comes in at 6-0. Yeah, it's a good backhand that time from Ryder. Just got it to die over the net a little bit on Rouse. But again, it's a high risk, high reward type of shot. Rouse opts to stay back. Ryder puts him under pressure, gets on the board himself. Depth on that one from Ryder. He comes forward to the non-volley zone line, and then Rouse goes long. Good couple of points in a row for Lee Ryder. Good attack again from Ryder, forces the mistake. Suddenly, the gap is down to 3. Just short. On the serve, came off the net court, fell into the non-volley zone. So Rouse gets the ball back and then gives it straight back to Ryder himself. Yeah, good court positioning from Rouse that time. Stayed cool and calm on the final shot as well. Just guided it across court very nicely. Ball back in hand on 6. He's been on 6 for a few exchanges now. Great get from Rouse. Can Ryder stay composed? He can. Well done, Lee Ryder. Would have been very easy to miss that volley because Rouse did so well to retrieve the ball. Side out again. Ryder goes long. He's got to take more care with that third shot. Rouse goes long on his serve again. Look long from where I'm sitting. It's a 3-6. So it's got a little bit scrappy here for Mike Rouse after such a strong start. Well retrieved again. Rouse is showing the benefit of staying in the point. Managed to get the ball back up over the net, even on the stretch. Forces the mistake from Ryder. 6-3 once more. Moves on to 7. Ryder misses his return. Ryder misses his return again. Couple of free points there for Mike Rouse. Gets him up to 8. The drive to the outside. Good approach again from Rouse. Just gets it down low to the backhand side of Ryder. Takes a good position at the non-volley zone. Makes it really hard for Ryder to do much with that. And again, punishing the backhand side, takes him through to match point. Can he get it done at the first time of asking, and then would 11-3 be enough? Called out by Rouse, and that is the game. He takes it 11-3. Confident performance. Now it's down to whether that will be enough to get him through to the semi-finals. He's done pretty much all he can do. Will it be Rouse through, or will Schemmel keep his position? I can't do the maths, to be honest with you. So we'll have to wait and see. As soon as I have the answer, I shall let you know. Next game up will be a 50-plus semi-final. One of the two semi-finals we will bring you in that category. We will be back shortly. Welcome back to Show Court here at the Diadem Welsh Open, and the atmosphere has gone up a level here because we are getting into the business end of the men's 50 plus and the men's 15 plus singles. And I tell you what, we've just had an epic finish at the end of the group stages of the 15 plus category, because Mike Rouse needed to win and win big in that last game, and he beat Lee Ryder 11-3, and that was enough to get Rouse through by one single point on points difference. He won one more point than Nathan Schemmel over the course of the group stages, and that was enough to see him through. Unfortunate for Nathan Schemmel. I was really impressed with his game, but he goes home having 1-2, lost 3. Rouse with the same record, 1-2, lost 3. Cornish, Gordos and Reynolds go through. That means the semi-final lineup in that competition will be Reynolds against Rouse, and then Cornish against Gordos. Now back to the 50 plus, because we're bringing you the semi-finals here now as well. We've got the other Gordos, the elder in the semi-finals, up against Mark Finney. The other one that we'll be bringing you straight after this game will be Sindel against Salisbury. Finney got through, winning all 4 of his games. Gordos won once and lost 3. I can tell you that when Finney played Gordos, he beat him 11-5 in the group stages. So, semi-final pickleball. Just to remind you, I'm going to bring you 4 semi-finals back to back. The first 2 from the 50 plus, the second 2 from the 15 plus. And then we'll be moving into bronze medal of the 50 plus, then the final of the 50 plus, then the bronze medal of the 15 plus, and the final of the 15 plus. If you're watching along on YouTube, do come and say hello, Sam Finney. I'm expecting to hear from you, as Mark is going in the semi-final here against Ben Gordos. Ben also has, Phil Gordos. Phil has his son Ben watching from the sidelines as well. I'll tell you, a singles match I wouldn't mind seeing is Ben Gordos against Sam Finney. That could be quite an entertaining one as well. We're not going to get that today, but we are going to get the 2 fathers on court for this semi-final. Now, I haven't seen Ben play. Sorry, I've got to get this right. I haven't seen Phil play today, but we've seen Mark Finney a couple of times. Finney just good at nudging the ball with purpose into the right areas. I'll quickly try and get a handle on how Phil Gordos plays as the semi gets underway in a couple of moments' time. Also keeping my eye on the Test cricket. I think it's been played at Headingley. Was it Headingley? No, I don't think it is Headingley. I don't know where it's being played, but I do know that England are still batting somehow. 279 for 9. If anybody's also watching the Test cricket in the live YouTube chat, do let me know where it's being played, because I think Headingley was the last one, wasn't it? I don't know. I should be all over that too. Practicing a few serves here, and then this game will be getting underway. Mark Pearce, the referee, once again. First to 15, win by 2 in the semi-final. And then the medal matches will be best of 3, first to 11, win by 2. Yeah, both players are ready to go. Let's see what happens in this semi-final. Finney to the left of your screen, Gordos to the right. Finney will be serving first. A reminder, 1 game to 15, win by 2. Finney gets us underway. Just wide from Gordos on the return. First point on the board for Finney, quite close. And Finney scrambling a little bit. And that serve goes wide, so first chance for Gordos to serve. Cricket's at Lords, says Nick Armitage. I should have been able to tell that from just looking at the pictures on the screen, but I wasn't able to tell. Incredible. Good approach there from Gordos. Finney puts it long. First point on the board for Gordos. Thank you, Nick Armitage, for updating me on that one. I might explain why England was struggling to bat yesterday. That slope and those conditions. Finney Hits the corner, gets the side out, gets the ball back in hand. Good morning to you, Nick. Thank you for joining us yesterday. Thank you for joining us today. Nice pass down the line from Finney. Gets his second point on the board. Leads 2-1. Early part of this first semi-final of the day. Just wide from Gordon. Got himself up to the non-volley zone. Just tried to push it to the line. Didn't need to be perfection there, just needed to be good enough, and he misses. Hits the line that time. Goes the other way. Finney nudges it. Yeah, good play by Finney. Just stayed composed as Gordos got it to bounce in the non-volley zone. Pushed it behind his opponent, which meant Gordos was always going to be off balance, unable to keep it in court. Good, intelligent play. Serve, return goes long. Finney leads 5-1. Good return that time from Gordos. Then tried to do the delicate little touch volley. Padel angle wasn't quite right there. Goes out wider court. Finney goes to 6. Change ends at 8, of course, in a first to 15. Just long from Finney. Gordos on serve, 1-6 down. Finney puts his return into the net. Rare error there from Finney, rare unforced error. 2 points now for Gordos. Can he just continue to chip away a little bit maybe? Tries to go all the way across, pulls it wide. And I like that from Finney. Just keep asking the question on that backhand side until you're given a reason not to. Sliced into the net, gives a relatively cheap points to Mark Finney. Oh, that's a good shot from Finney. Just hopped sideways, crab-like, before opening up and flicking it across court. Very nice shot indeed. Leads 8-2 at the change of ends. So, Finney comes in 8-2 ahead. He's got the measure of Gordos. Certainly at the moment, can Gordos come up with an answer? And the bit of advice I'd give Phil Gordos at this stage is when he gets that ball wide, can he then send Finney the other way? Try and get Finney having to go from one side of the court to the other. If you stay central, Mark's quite a big presence. He's able to control the point himself. So, can you get Finney going from side to side? Can you go a bit shorter in the court maybe as well? So he has to come forward and sideways too. Finney in at 8-2. So that's what I mean there. If he's just by staying central, it allows Finney to start the angle first, pushes it out to the backhand side, forces the error from Gordos. Goes on to 9. And that's a good example of it there. Just a little bit more shallow in court, forces Finney to come forward, and then he's reaching. Just bring the camera back up. I believe it's frozen. Give me 2 moments. We're back in ball comes back to Finney at 9-2. Oh, England have just been bowled out at Lord's. Only 290 as well. Good shot from Finney, moves on to 10 points. He's got it to die to the toes once again of Phil Gordus. Nice serve. Good return that time from Phil Gordus. Can he get forward now? He can. But Finney again just gets that cross court, keeps it low. Lovely shot. Gordus having to stretch to his right. Can't keep the ball in play. 11 points on the board for Mark Finney. Just trying to cut underneath the ball, finds the net in the way. Finney on to 12. Turn. Finney goes cross court. Well played again, Mark Finney. Just a little bit short on the ball for Gordus to come in behind it. Then couldn't really apply enough pressure. 14-3, my apologies, I've lost a point there for Gordus. Now on to match point for Finney. Can he take a place in the final at the first time of asking? Ooh, just slaps that one into the net. So Gordus will get the ball back in hand for one look at the serve. Can he have a little run here? Comes in at 3-14. Well, he needs to have a run if he's going to somehow stay in this competition. Yeah, put across court there by Finney. Gets the ball back in hand. It's match point once again for Mark Finney, for a place in the final. And Gordus puts it wide. That is point game match for Mark Finney. He moves on to the final, where he's going to face the winner of Mark Sindel and Craig Salisbury. And they will be coming up on court next. Well done to Mark Finney. We'll see him back in a fair bit of time, in fairness, actually. The men's singles game, the men's singles final is in the diary for 1:30. And we're only running 10 minutes behind here on this court. So, yeah, in and around 1:30, we'll see Finney back on court for the men's final. Gordus will get one more game. He'll be going for bronze in the bronze medal game, obviously, because that's where you get your bronze medals from, the bronze medal match. Right, we'll take a very short break and we'll be back with the other semi-final in this category. Welcome back to the Diadem Welsh Open. As promised, we're now bringing you the second of the semi-finals in the 50-plus category. Mark Sindel up against Craig Salisbury. So how did they get on when they met each other in the group stage? Well, Sindel against Salisbury ended up being an 11-1 victory for Craig Salisbury. So that's possibly going to play on the minds a little bit maybe of Mark Sindel coming into this game, which will be first to 15 this time. But knockout pickleball is completely different to group stage pickleball. We shall see how this one plays out. Now, Salisbury has been improving as the day has gone on, for sure. Started off with a defeat to Finney. But there were signs in that game that he was starting to get the idea of singles. He's athletic, he's a good mover. He'll be serving first. And I think Salisbury was very keen to get the game underway there. Serving before the referee was even in place. But he will be serving first here at 0-0. Plenty of topspin once again from Salisbury. Sindel goes long with that approach. First point on the board for Salisbury. Return goes long. Slower serve. Sindel comes up to the line. Salisbury easy to pick off there because Sindel didn't really come in at pace and it wasn't the deepest of returns. And with a top spin forehand like that, it should be relatively straightforward for Salisbury to pick him off. Lovely shot again from Salisbury. Goes to the back of the court. And I tell you what, watch out for Salisbury in this game. He's improving all the time in this competition. Well done by Sindel. Did well to keep the ball to the back of the court. Air shot from Salisbury. Misses the ball. Side out. So coming in at 0-4. And as obvious as it sounds, if you can get Salisbury on his backhand, you can have much more chance than if you're letting him play every shot on his forehand. Big return. Yeah, good cross court there from Sindel. Just made the court a little bit shorter as well there. Went more shallow, so it wasn't going straight into Salisbury's preferred hit zone on that forehand. That's good again from Sindel, just applying a bit of pressure. Hands on hips for Salisbury momentarily there. And then he misses his return. Sindel suddenly back in this game. Puts his reserve long though. Frustrating for Sindel, having done so well to get back into it. So Salisbury hopping around on the baseline will be coming back in with a 1 point advantage. Good cross court again from Salisbury. So the lesson there for Sindel is that if he can get the ball deep on the forehand, it's okay. If he gives it any lack of depth where he can just step in and drive it, it's not a good sign. You've either got to be super shallow, and I've been waiting for Olsen to call this, and it's good to see that she is on it, because I did have a look at that a little bit earlier in the tournament and thought, that's a little bit questionable at times, that serve. Olsen has now called it. Just long from Salisbury. Sindel coming in at 3. Return into the net. Now Sindel can keep grinding a few points out here. Puts the pressure on his opponent. Body language of Salisbury suddenly a little bit different. But he can't afford to miss his serves. Opportunity for Salisbury to move ahead. Serve again. This time fault called straight away. So that one was clearly above the hip and wrist. Sindel called out by Salisbury. Sindel asking the question. Is he going to ask the question of the referee? So it was called out. So, yeah, Salisbury did get it correct. And gets the ball back in hand. Now, what's he going to do with the serve this time? He's called a fault again. So he's making contact above the waist. So he's holding it quite high. And although he's coming from down to up, he's making contact above the waist. So he's just got to do everything a little bit lower. Sindel looking to go down the line. So much more safe serve that time from Salisbury. Good depth on the next shot. Good double-handed backhand. Sindel keeping in this rally, and then Salisbury overcooks it. Sindel goes long. Back in the hand of Salisbury. Been 5-4 for some time. Yeah, that's good from Salisbury. Slower serve, sat up nicely on the return, whipped it with pace down the line, moves him on to 6. And he's being a lot more circumspect with that serve, but I think that might be a good thing for him because it's allowing him to get into the next couple of shots. Just pulled that one a little bit to the side, but I'm liking the style of play from Salisbury when he starts to move through. Just needs to keep a bit more control on the ball. Referee just reminding the players to give a loud out call. Oh, that's just wide. It looked like good shape from Salisbury, just fractionally wide of the line. But he's moving so well across the baseline. Keeps Sindel back. Sindel battling well. Oh, he's done very well to get to that one. Kiss off the net. Oh, and he's missed the volley. It was a fantastic point. It was the right ball to come in behind. Sindel has been grinding from the back there, and he's got his reward for his endeavour. A lot of energy expended in that point for both players. Wide from Sindel, goes back into the hand of Salisbury. Good depth. Oh, just long. Just long from Salisbury. I do like that slower serve he does, though. He's been hitting the line all day. It's the first one he's missed doing that. Then Sindel gives it straight back to him. Yeah, that's really good from Salisbury. Was able to get it down to the toes. Sindel just deflects it wide. I like that from Sindel. That's really good. Changed the depth of the court again. Saw a pocket of space to the right. Played it into it. Good approach to the backhand side once again. Sliced backhand from Salisbury hits the net. We're level at 7. Proper battle this semi-final. Yeah, good depth from Salisbury. Sindel unable to create enough space for the hitting zone. Puts it into the net. Salisbury comes in at 7. Nice return that from Sindel. Again, just a little bit shallow in court. Salisbury stayed at the back, meaning he was going to take the ball from a very low position. Sliced under it, couldn't get under it enough. Sindel again misses a serve. So both pairs rooted on 7. Sindel got to the non-volley zone. Salisbury gave a little bit of air, but then Sindel missed the put away. And it will be Salisbury who leads at the change of ends. Tight semi-final. A lot of baseline grinding from both players. You can see the tennis backgrounds in both of them. And errors coming when they do come to the non-volley zone. So you can understand why both players are preferring to try and grind the point out from the back of the court. Both players also capable of getting it right down the sides, which is meaning that there's a lot of movement from side to side, a lot of lateral movement. And I'd just like to see both players use that shallowness of court a little bit more. Sindel's been doing that with some effect. Haven't seen it so much from Salisbury yet. That's good though. That time he has gone a bit shorter. Sindel has to take it on the short hop and pushes it long. Just wide from Sindel. Good little run here for Salisbury. He's picked up 3 points in a row. He leads 10-7. Fault call because he served as the score was being called. Enjoying this semi-final. This is a proper battle. Although Salisbury leads, it's not over yet as Sindel picks up another point. The gap is now 2. Sindel could see what he was trying to do, but he's just opened the hips up a bit too much and overcooked it wide. Again, Salisbury just caught a little bit at the back of the court there. Ball died on him somewhat. Depth on the serve. Just long on the return. Sindel up to 9. Oh, and a marvellous bit of luck if you are Mark Sindel. Annoying as you like if you are Craig Salisbury. 10 apiece. Just long from Sindel. Side out. That's good from Sindel. Nice return. Got himself up to the non-volley zone. Played the controlled volley. Right on the line. Good return. Just long again from Sindel. These balls aren't missing by much. High quality this game. Salisbury runs round, goes long. Points for Salisbury. First time in a while we've seen Craig Salisbury really run round to the forehand side. Was able to generate a little bit more power as a result, and Sindel forced that backhand volley long. Serve goes long from Salisbury. So still no real gap to speak of. Serve called wide. Salisbury on 11. Just kisses the line again. Goes to the forehand side. Air shot from Sindel. Salisbury gets a 2-point gap. And tell you what, at this time in the game, a 2-point gap is quite a big one. Lovely cross court from Salisbury. He's got a bit of daylight now. 13-10. Sindel needs to get the ball back in hand. He needs to win this next exchange. But he's left too much space to his forehand side. Salisbury's picked him off, and he has match points. And he wins the game. Sindel just reaching in on the backhand volley. Can't get it over the net. It's game 2. Craig Salisbury, very entertaining game that. 2 good players grinding out a semi-final. And in the end, Craig Salisbury will play Mark Finney in the men's 50-plus final. That's coming up round about 1:30, folks. Next up on court will be the first of the men's 15-plus semi-finals, and I'm quickly just going to tell you which one that is. And the game we're about to bring you next will be Ted Cornish and Ben Gordos will be going head-to-head in the semi-final. We'll be back in a second. So as our 2 semi-finalists just get warmed up again, they've had a little bit of time off court as we've just had the 2 men's 50-plus semi-finals. We're now going to bring you the 2 15-plus 4.0-plus semi-finals. This one is going to be between Ben Gordos and Ted Cornish. When they met in the group stage a little bit earlier this morning, Ben Gordos won the game 11-6. And so far, both semi-finals we've seen today have gone on form based on what happened in the groups. Gordos and Cornish finished second and third respectively in this. Gordos finished with a positive points difference of 12 to Cornish's 3, which is why Gordos finished second and Cornish finished third. So this should be quite a close game. Once again, we just saw a very close semi-final. Although it ended up 15-10 to Salisbury, Sindel hung in there for a long period. And looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Then straight after this semi-final, we will then bring you James Reynolds against Mike Rouse. Mike Rouse clawed his way in right at the last, winning with a good enough points difference in his last game against Lead Ryder just to sneak into that final 4th place. There's going to be a short delay here because the referee is just applying some tape to the back of the court just to make sure the lines stay in place. And I think Lee Ryder's going to just take this opportunity as well to do the same on the other baseline. So be a couple of moments before we do get back underway here in this semi-final. So if you are watching along on YouTube, haven't heard from you from a little while. Last thing I heard was Nick Armitage telling me that the cricket is at Lord's, not as Headingley as I thought it might have been. Headingley was the previous test, of course. And so do come and say hello. Hope you're enjoying the knockout action that we're bringing you now in the men's singles. There are other things happening all across the venue. See if I can tell you a little bit more about where we are at in some of the other competitions. Let's have a look. I mean, I should check that I could provide that information before I jump in and say, let's bring you something when I don't actually have what I'm going to bring you. And I'm frantically trying to kill time whilst I just flick through a little bit to see if there are any interesting points that I can bring. Now, I think we're still pretty much in the round robins. According to Pickleball, we're still in the round robins for most of the tournaments that are being played today. So as and when we get into medal matches across the venue, I will bring you those. In the meantime, let's re-divert our eyes back to Ted Cornish getting us underway in this semi-final. Straight away driving to the backhand side of Gordos, picks up the first point of the game. Goes forehand side this time, gets it down the line. So good variety there from Cornish. He's had a look at Gordos's backhand the first time, then the forehand the second time, picks up the first 2 points. Gordos goes wide, and the first slap of the paddle on the thigh from Ben Gordos. Ted Cornish goes into a 3-0 lead. Cornish gets to the line nicely, but then just follows through on that volley a little bit too much. Gives the ball to Gordos. First 15, win by 2 in these semi-finals. Cross court from Gordos comes off. Gets himself on the board. Nice work by Cornish at the non-volley zone line. Now that sits up mid-court. Oh, and he's got through. Well done there, Ted Cornish. Oh, Cornish just jumping through the non-volley zone that time. Gives the side out back to Gordos. Short return again, Cornish follows it in, Gordos misses a relatively straightforward forehand. Cornish is clearly prepared to come in behind pretty much every return. As is Gordos. Nice play. Cornish has done well. Gordos puts it away. So different to the semi-final we've just seen. Both players keen to get to the non-volley zone first. A little bit more traditional that in the singles game. Gordos picks up his second point. Single point difference. Cross court. Nice drop from Gordos. Didn't follow it in though. And then Cornish gets him off balance and gets the error. Bit of good fortune there. Ball goes back to Gordos at 2-3. Yeah, good play by Gordos. Just managed to get the ball down lower than that. Cornish unable to deflect it back up. 2 points in a row for Gordos. He gets up 2-3, ties the game. Good cross court again. So we've seen that Gordos prefers going cross court on the two-handed backhand. Will Cornish sit slightly more to his left on that next time? Gordos quick across court. Oh, and then Cornish has missed it. Gordos gets the reward for scampering there. Not giving up on the ball. Made his opponent play one more shot. Got the point. Long from Cornish. Composure that he had at the start of the game just slipping away. Get from Cornish. Nice angle there from Ben Gordos. That was very nicely played. And suddenly Gordos is starting to move away from Cornish in this semi-final. He's won the last 6 points. Good serve. Better return. Just long on that whip. Cornish comes back in, 4 points behind. Ooh, looking for far too acute an angle that time. Relatively simple point for Cornish. Long. Cornish has got it back to within 2. Couldn't get the third over the net. Yeah, there's that cross court again on the two-handed backhand. Cornish needs to realise that's the pattern. Changing ends at 8, so Gordos has a 3-point advantage. Leads 8-5. Cornish started the semi-final pretty strong, looked nice and composed, then just let it slip a little bit and Gordos went on a quick run of 6 points in a row to get ahead. Cornish just clawed it back slightly, but then Gordos has taken the last point to instigate the change of ends. I just like to see Cornish being a little bit more forceful when he gets to the non-volley zone. When he gets there, it's quite soft, the game. Occasionally mix it up, put a bit of depth in it to maybe, a bit more pace to it, see how Gordos reacts to that each time. And also just start to read that 2E cross court that Gordos has employed pretty much every time so far. And that's what I mean there. Just a bit tentative at the non-volley zone. Leaves the ball hanging, and it's Gordos who's able to strike. Serve goes long. Chance for Cornish. Nice return. Good shot there for Cornish. There's that cross court. Cornish has read it this time and has forced the ball back. So picks up his 6th point. Just wide on that cross court drift from Ted Cornish. There it is again, cross court, Tui. I'd just like to see Cornish sit a little bit more to the left when he comes to the non-volley zone there. Force Gordos to change his pattern, go down the line. Forehand whipped down the side. Good get from Gordos. Cornish pushes him back. That's a good shot as well. Really good play there from Ted Cornish. Really nice point between both players. Slightly more cat and mouse there, which is nice to see. Gordos just reaching in, looking to do a cute little shot. Not sure it was the best option available. Ooh, that's a wild serve from Cornish. Oh, he's missed another one. He's opened up the court so well. Gordos knows he's got away with that one. Got to be taking that chance. Oh, that's well done, Cornish. He's got it up and over the shoulder. What a pickup that was from Gordos. He's relieved to see the ball go long as he's ended up on the floor. Really good recovery initially from Ben Gordos. Just got the ball to drift across Cornish. And he now has 13. Gordos plays a volley from the back of the court, possibly going long. Cornish needs to start making inroads. Pushes it wide, gives the ball back to Ben Gordos. Gordos 2 points away from a place in the final, where he will meet the winner of Rouse and Reynolds. Cornish reacts well. Gordos sees what he's going to do, then just places down the line. Very nice indeed. Match points for Ben Gordos. And it goes wide. Ben Gordos goes through to the final. Wins this game 15-7. Composed performance from the player from Wolves, Pickleball. He will be going on to play the winner of Reynolds and Rouse, which will be coming up straight after this game. Just going to take a short break. We'll be back with you then at the Diadem Welsh. Welcome back to the Diadem Welsh Open. We're bringing you the second of the men's 15 plus, 35 plus combined category semi-finals. It is James Reynolds up against Mike Rouse. Reynolds flew through the group, winning all 5. Rouse sneaked in through the back door, winning his last game by a big enough margin just to get into the semi-finals ahead of Nathan Schemmel. Now, when they met in the groups, Reynolds won the game 11-6, but that doesn't necessarily tell us anything, even though so far all the semi-finals have gone to form based on what happened in the group stages. Can Rouse use the opportunity he's got by sneaking in to cause a bit of an upset here? We shall see. It's going to be Reynolds who gets us underway in 15 seconds time. Game to 15, win by 2. For a place in the final where they will meet Ben Gordos. So Reynolds on serve. Pressure put on by Rouse straight away. Slightly shorter return. Works out nicely. Gets him the ball in hand. Forced long by Reynolds, overhitting. Rouse gets the first point of the game. Nice slice across court. Good get by Reynolds. Brilliant play by Rouse that time, moving Reynolds from side to side. Gets the second point on the board. Nice from Rouse, comes up to the non-volley zone. Uses his long levers, puts it behind. Reynolds goes 3 ahead. So Rouse races into a little bit of a lead here. Trading blow for blow at the back. Good play by Reynolds that time. Got it low on Rouse. Gets the ball back in hand. Reynolds puts it into the net, so doesn't take the opportunity presented to him. Side out, so Rouse comes back in on 3. Reynolds misses his return. Receiver calling a timeout straight away. Reynolds going to go and take a little bit of a break. Rouse also gets the opportunity just to take a little bit of a pace off court. Just keep himself composed. Doesn't need to change anything at this stage. He's playing well. And I think Reynolds is getting a little bit of advice from one of his colleagues from the Wrexham Tennis and Padel Centre. Craig Salisbury also in the corner down there. A few people giving him a little bit of moral support. Rouse is in his own zone, pacing at the back of the court. I've liked this aggressive start from Rouse though. He's got the tools to be the dominant player on court. He can play with this level of attack whilst maintaining the control. He's going to be difficult to handle, and he's got himself into a good position. Leads 4-0. Forces another error from Reynolds on the backhand side. Long return, another missed return from Reynolds. 6 for Rouse. Another missed return from Reynolds. 7 for Rouse. Yeah, well got by Reynolds. Kept going. I think Rouse thought that point might have been over. Reynolds refused to accept that, gets the ball back in hand. Just shows the benefit of fighting till the end on the point. Rouse mustn't let that one get into his head. Reynolds must use it as inspiration. Good from Rouse, really important. He took the next rally and he does so, grinding against Reynolds at the back of the court. Reynolds puts that one into the net. So Rouse comes back in at 7. Just overcooks that one, goes long. Short return. Yeah, short return. It's allowed Reynolds to get in behind that one. Put the pressure on Rouse. Rouse just overcooks the return. Now it's important for Rouse not to lose his composure here. Reynolds has just suddenly found a little bit of form. It's a nice serve. Dug out by Rouse nicely, and again. Keeps battling. Reynolds takes the pace off that volley. Nicely played. So Rouse just getting a little bit of, Reynolds, sorry, just getting a little bit of momentum here. Taking the last 3 points. Good deep return. Reynolds battles well, plays that one nicely down there. Different player in the last 4 points, James Reynolds. Rouse just needs to slow it down, get the next action right. Can he get the ball back in his hand? Goes long on that volley. So, ball goes back into the hand of Mike Rouse. Reynolds' little run, and it was a good run, comes to an end temporarily. Just wide again from Reynolds. Change ends at 8-4. So this is a good start from Mike Rouse. He needs to stay aggressive, needs to keep his composure. Keep getting up to the non-volley zone line where he can. Take control of the points. Does not want to go back into his shell right now. As for James Reynolds, he's getting a bit of chat from a fan on the sidelines who is trying to suggest that some of these calls have been working. Don't know how the lad can tell from that point in the arena. But this is a competitive semi-final. Reynolds, remember, won all of his games so far. Rouse sneaked in the back door, but this is an entertaining semi-final, for a place in the final. Rouse leads 8-4, but there's plenty of juice left in this one for sure. So Rouse also has a timeout he can still use. Reynolds used his earlier. Into the net goes James Reynolds. 9 points on the board for Mike Rouse. First rally after the change of ends goes in the favour of Rouse. Goes long on his return again. Lots of missed returns in this game for James Reynolds. Oh, Rouse's serve hits the net cord, goes out of court. So Reynolds gets the opportunity to fight his way back in here. 4-10 behind. Nice return. Good slice comes in behind it. Pose wide on the volley. Never personally sure whether coming in on behind a slice is a good idea. Nice serve again from Reynolds. Rouse is trying to hit himself out of trouble there. Needed to slow one down maybe. 2 points in a row for Reynolds. takes it up to 6-10. Nice return. Cross court there, puts it into the net. Like that one from Rouse just pacing up and down the sideline. Just getting himself composed. He'll be coming back in at 10-6. Reynolds in conversation once again with his friend on the sidelines. Rouse just needs to keep breathing, keep composed. He fought his way into the semi-finals. He's now in the lead in this semi-final, up against the guy who won all 5 of his group games. Bouncing around on the baseline. Good use of the timeout, maybe. Let's see what happens. I think so much can be told from the next point after that little break. We are back in play. 10-6, Rouse leads. Kisses the net, goes long from Reynolds. Rouse, 5-point advantage. Good jab away there from Reynolds. Rouse gets up to the line, goes wide. Reynolds did well to get the double-handed backhand out, but Rouse was able to get to the non-volley zone. Very good from Mike Rouse, very good indeed. Gets himself up to 12. Apologies, up to 13. 2 points away from the semi-finals. Reynolds needs to get the ball back. Good cross court, good grinding from Reynolds. Rouse comes in. Great get from Reynolds. Oh, what a rally that was. Rouse takes the point. Reynolds was going from one side of the court to the other, trying to find a way back in. In the end, the mistake was forced. It's match point for Mike Rouse for a place in the final. Reynolds fighting. Rouse puts it away, takes it to the final. Great battle there between Rouse and Reynolds. Reynolds not too happy, I don't think. Rouse can be delighted with his performance. He takes the place in the final against Ben Gordos. We'll be back after this short Welcome back to the Diadem Welsh Open. We are into a bronze medal match here in the 50 plus category for the men's singles. And we've got the two losing semi-finalists. Mark Sindel, who took Craig Salisbury pretty close, losing 15-10, up against Phil Gordos, who was defeated by Mark Finney in his semi-final. So opportunity here for both players to end the day on the podium. Can they take the third place? And then straight after that, we will have Finney against Salisbury in the final. Now it's 3 games, or best of 3 games I should say. First to 11 win by 2 is the format for the medal matches. We've just seen Mike Rouse beats tournament favourite James Reynolds, based off the group stages, the tournament favourite. In the second semi-final in the 15 plus category, he'll play Phil's son Ben Gordos in the 15 plus final. Oh, Sindel just puts his first serve straight into the net. So 0-0. Gordos on serve. Yeah, nice. But, oh, good retrieval there from Gordos. Didn't expect that one to come back. Next one doesn't though, because he was so far off court. But good hustle there from Phil Gordos. Just unable to get to the final ball. Sindel at 0-0. Pushes it long. Gordos on serve at 0-0. Full called on the serve there, just a bit high above the waist. Sindel misses the cross court. Whilst this game's just getting underway, I'm going to see if I can have a view on anything else that's been happening on the other courts that we've not been showing you live here. Gordos gets the first point on the board. This is a serve. See if there's any other semi-finals happening. There probably are, folks, but I'm struggling to get them at a suitable time to be able to bring you any information. Nice shot from Gordos down the line on the volley. So you've got Susan Evan and Susan Jones going up against each other in the women's skinny singles, 60 plus 3.0 division. Jade Ashcroft and Karen Bayliss in the bronze medal game there. There's a 3.0 semi-finals coming up. Lewis Jackson, who I think we were hearing from quite a lot yesterday on the live stream. He's playing Martin Harwood in the 15 plus 3.0 semi-final, and Daniel Evans is going up against Dave Crossgree in the other semi-final there. That's pretty much all we've got going on in terms of getting to medal matches elsewhere. Here it's still 0-1, so not missed any points whilst I've been quickly going around the ground, so to speak. Sindel does get a point though as I look up and makes it 1-1. Oh, Gordos has got up towards the line there, angled the paddle too shallow, puts it into the net. Sindel leads 2-1, first to 11. Win by 2 in this best of 3 bronze medal match. We're bringing you the 50 plus final straight after, where Mark Finney will go up against Craig Salisbury. Going to be bringing you the bronze medal matches and the finals, of course, for both the 50 plus and the 15 plus in the highest skill bracket available here at the Welsh Open, as we've been doing all day. Hope you've been enjoying the live coverage of the Welsh Open over the course of the week. We started on Wednesday, of course. It's now Friday, and over the weekend we'll have the younger age categories in the gender doubles on Saturday and the mixed doubles on Sunday. So we'll see some different faces on court. Good scramble by Sindel to keep the ball in play. Gets the ball back in his hand at 2-3. Return from Gordos. And if you have been enjoying the commentary, do feel free to come and follow me on Instagram at the Pickleball Commentator. Also follow at World Pickleball Magazine, worldpickleballmagazine.com, for all of your global pickleball news, analysis and stories. We try and cover all 5 continents the very best we can. There will of course be a full roundup of the Welsh Open on the website after we finish on Sunday. That's what I'm going to be doing on Monday. That will please the wife as I'm head down writing up the tournament that I've just spent 5 days commentating on. Nice shot there from Gordos. And Gordos suddenly is racing into a 6-2 advantage. He lost 11-1 to Sindel in the group stages, but as we've said, doesn't always mean much going into the next one. Though in fairness, Rouse is the first player to reverse the group stage score in his semi-final victory that we just saw a moment or two ago. The ball goes wide, side out. Good approach there from Sindel, wide to the backhand side. Gets his 3rd point on the board. If you are watching along on YouTube, do come and say hello. Tell me how your Friday's been so far. Tell me what you've watched or what you've enjoyed watching so far on the show courts. At the moment it's been quite quiet in the chat. I mean, what are people doing with their Friday? Is it because Team Apex aren't playing so far on show court? Because it was Team Apex from Carnforth that brought us a lot of interactions in the YouTube chat yesterday. Side out ball goes over to Phil Gordos once again. 7-5 is the score, but a bit slack keeping the scoreboard up to date here. Nice cross-court thumb goes up, and a tap of the paddle is by way of applause from Gordos. Side out again to Sindel. Up goes the lob, goes long from Sindel. Gordos gets the ball back in hand. Nice shot from Gordos, well picked up by Sindel. Oh, that's a really good shot from Mark Sindel. Gordos did nothing wrong with that approach at all. Sindel just able to get down to his right side and pull it across court. Shot of the game so far. Moves him to within 1 point. What am I talking about? Of course it doesn't. It means he gets the ball back in hand. Now he's within 1 point. As Gordos chops down over the top of that volley, puts it to the bottom of the net. Gordos digs it out just wide. Sindel goes level. Big drive to the back of the court, hits the net. Gordos gets the ball back in his hands. Lob goes up, Gordos deals with it. Now gets to the line. Plays a nice shot to the outside, just kisses the line as it goes through. Takes the lead again in this first game of this bronze medal match. Cheap point given away there by Sindel. And another one given away by Sindel. Suddenly Gordos has game point in game one. Yeah, good placement again by Gordos. Has got it behind Sindel. He pulls it across into the net. Gordos takes game one in the bronze medal match. Looks like Sindel's just running out of gas a little bit. So Gordos leads by 1-0. Best of 3, so Sindel has to now come back and take the next 2 games. Sindel's done some good stuff in there, just got away from him a little bit at the end. Maybe just some tired legs starting to appear. And in fairness, it has been a long day with a bit of a weight there coming into the bronze medal matches. The games get a bit more spaced out the deeper you go in the tournament. That's the way the schedules work out. Sindel just trying to keep limber, moving up and down. A few stretches at the back of the court. Both players seem ready to go, just waiting for the referee to get us back underway. So this bronze medal match due to get away under 12:50. We're only at 1:15. Tell you what, folks, we're not doing badly. Not doing badly against the time here. Unless it goes to 3, then we might end up running behind schedule once again. But it is Gordos on serve. Nice slice backhand. Comes off the paddle of Sindel. Gordos takes the lead at the start of the second. Nice cross court. Sindel misses a fairly easy forehand into the net. Almost certainly some tired legs coming in now, I think, for Mark Sindel. Can he find a way getting fresh again? So it's going to be difficult for the finalists. They've been off some time. The second semi-final finished about just after 12 o'clock. So a good hour or so ago. Sindel drives, pushed into the net by Gordos. So Sindel gets on the board in this second game. Just seeing Mark Finney's pacing around. I think he's just been having a hit with Mike Muir, who's also playing in the 70-plus skinny singles today. Ooh, Gordos seems to have done something there. Not entirely sure what happened, but he immediately leapt in pain as he was trying to go across. He's making sure that everybody knows the ball was out as well. Consummate professional. Making sure that the referee knows that the ball was out whilst he was hopping and yelping in pain. Don't know if this is one of those where he's just going to need to take a moment or whether he's calling a timeout. He's taking a timeout just to have a moment. So, side out, timeout. Gordos just trying to keep moving at the back of the court. Don't know whether he just caught his foot as he was trying to move across, but I think he's going to be okay. It might have just been an initial yelp of pain, an initial twinge of something as he moved, but he's hopping and skipping across the back. I think he's going to be okay. His son doesn't seem that bothered. He's got off to have a little knock up with Mark Finney. They're both playing in their respective finals a little bit later. I think Gordos is going to be absolutely fine to get going. Be coming back in on serve at 2-1. Sindel also just trying to keep limber as well. Oh, here we go. We've got some chat on the YouTube channel. We've got from the K9 Centre. Hi, great commentary on Super Games. Thank you very much. Fantastic play by Mike. Wishing him all the best for the final. Yeah, Mike Rouse from Anglesey will be going in the final. And being a fellow Anglesey resident, I have to admit there is a little bit of me that would like to see Mike go on and do well in that final. But of course the commentary will be as impartial as I can keep it. Pam Cheatham, hello again Pam, how are you? Lewis Jackson from Apex is playing. Lewis was very active on the YouTube channel yesterday, but he's playing. Go Apex. And Nick Armitage, the most sensible point of today. 16 for 2, Pakistan. Can we get the cricket score on screen? No, I'm afraid she can't, but I have got it playing on my laptop whilst I'm commentating at the same time. Gordos picks up his third point there. Nick, maybe you can let me know, was that review successfully overturned, or was that last one given? Oh, I think it has been overturned. No, I tell you, no, it hasn't. No. Tongue did pick up that wicket, caught behind by Jamie Smith. There was one overturned early on, I think. A lot of sporting action taking place this weekend. None more important than the Welsh Open here. Gordos just checking to see if that ball was called out by Sindel. It was indeed, so side out. 2-3, is it? It's 2-3. Serve goes wide. Sindel has missed a lot of serves today, has to be said. And whilst I'm a fan of going for your serve a little bit more in singles, don't want to be missing quite as many as he has been doing. Nice change of angle by Gordos. Opens up the court, then able to force the mistake from Sindel. Gordos goes 2-4. So already got the first game in the book. Seems to be okay from whatever that little injury was that we thought he might have picked up a moment or two ago. Nice shot from Sindel, right down to the ankles. Gets the side out. Long from Gordos. Gordos goes quite wide and long of court there. Gets the scores level. Sindel at 4. Good scramble. Good play by Gordos. Moves in one way, then the other. Gets the ball back in hand on his side of the net. 4 apiece. Just long on that return. Gordos edges ahead once more. Well played there by Gordos. Sindel gives him a little tap of the paddle by recognition of that good bit of play. Good sportsmanship there from Mark Sindel. Gordos leads by 2, 6-4 ahead. Just wide from Gordos, so Sindel does get it back. Feels like he's got to find some momentum now if he's going to take this to a third game. Thank you to Leah McDaniel, my co-commentator for the week. She has just delivered another Black Americano. Oh, Sindel so close to getting there. The English Open was powered by the APP. The Welsh Open is powered by Black Americanos. Keep this commentator in fighting fit form. Gordos long on his serve. I will admit, had they had some oat milk, I might have gone to the oat milk latte by now. I know that would please James Horn, who I'm sure isn't listening in from Florida. Make sure there's oat milk lattes on tap when we go to the Amber Valley tournament next month. Sindel just unable to get that shot over the net, just clips the net cord. Side out once again. Gordos with the opportunity to keep ahead. Leads by 1. Then puts his serve long. Not a massive amount of rhythm in this game. Nice change of direction. But the ball is out. So much good pickleball coming up in the rest of the year across the UK, particularly the Northern League that's getting underway in October. If anybody knows the exact dates of the Northern League and fancies putting them into the to the YouTube chat for me so I can give that a little bit of a trailer, that would be very useful indeed. There's a couple of Amber Valley events coming up as well. 19th and 20th of September in particular at Courtside is when the open level tournament is taking place. Some good prize money on offer in that as well, which is quite intriguing for those of us that very, 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 well, let's be honest, never get near prize money when you're playing pickleball. I'll be partnering Jamie Ridley-Smith in the men's doubles, and then Gail Ems in the mixed on the Sunday. And doing a bit of commentary as well, I believe, alongside Nick Hobbis at the Amber Valley Open. Sliced return goes long. Side out. Hopefully going to be announcing some more commentary gigs over the coming weeks. More and more pickleball tournaments being live streamed, and seem to think that they want this voice representing them. Do check out www.worldpickleball.studio if you want to see some of the stuff that I'm working on from the commentary and studio production point of view. That's a nice shot from Mark Sindel to get the side out. Looking to provide tournaments with a bit of a wraparound service for their live streaming. Give a studio feel to the broadcast. 6-8 the score here. So if there are any tournament organisers watching this tournament, and would be interested in using worldpickleball.studio, do get in touch. Happy to speak to anyone about it. No matter where you are in the world, as it is a remote service. Good grind here from the baseline from both players. Sindel comes forward and gets it onto the line for 7. 1 point difference. Are they going to take this to a third game, I wonder? There's every chance. Sindel keeping it on the forehand. Now goes cross court to the backhand. Good rally this. Oh, Gordos misses it. He's distraught with that. What a rally that was. Good play from both players. Opened up for Gordos to go cross court and he missed. Oh, that's harsh for the referee there, I think. That wasn't thrown in anger. It was just tossed up in the air and he didn't grab it again. Ooh, we might have the Northern League dates coming in from Isha Wook, 1982. Sindel leads 9-8. Nice shot down the line, goes to 10. I think we're going to go to a third game here, guys. And I'll bring you the Northern League dates in the gap here. Sindel makes sure, takes game 2. We go to a third and final game here in the bronze medal match. So let's go back to those Northern League dates. Once again, thank you to Ishawuk, 1982, for supplying them. I know a few people have been asking. Well, starts on the 10th and 11th of October. Saturday the 10th, that's when us older players play, the legends. We play the Saturdays, and then the elite, the youngsters, play on the 11th of October. That's all going to be happening at the Pickleball Shed. So 10th and 11th of October. Then in November, it's the 21st and 22nd of November. Quick turnaround for the next one because we play 5th and 6th of December. And then we're straight in the new year. The final round of league fixtures is the 2nd and 3rd of January. The grand final is Sunday, the 7th of February. That takes place at Courtside in Birmingham. So we go from the Pickleball Shed down to Courtside because we need a bigger venue. And that's where the Northern League final will take place, 7th of February at Courtside in Birmingham. Excellent tournament, the Northern League. I think the North can safely say they have got a league that rivals the likes of the Masters, the Premier League, the Challenger League, which has been traditionally a lot more southern based. I know it goes to Bolton once a year, but it is normally slightly more southern or Midlands based. And it's great for us that are in other parts of the country to have such a well organised situation as well. As is this Welsh Open. And we're coming into the third and final game here in this bronze medal match in the 50 plus category. And it's going to be Sindel, who took game 2, who gets us underway. Nice cross court from Sindel. Gordos reacts well again and again. But couldn't get to the third one. Sindel kept his composure. Serve from Sindel. Then follows up with his third into the net. Nick Armitage asking, how do you get to play in the Northern League? Well, it was a draft scenario, Nick. You need to be based in any of the eligible territories in the country, which goes as far down as the Midlands, as far left as North Wales, Anglesey, and as far north as Scotland. So although it was the English Northern League originally, let's just say that the boundaries have grown. But yeah, you made yourself eligible for the draft, and then if the captain or the manager liked the cut of your jib, you were invited to play and represent the team that you were selected for based on where you're living. So last year, for example, I was living in the Midlands, and James Horn was successfully bribed into selecting me, and he even made me captain the full for the Midland Outlaws, who finished runners-up in the tournament last year. But having moved to Anglesey, I'm now representing the Cheshire Mersey Fusion, which the Anglesey postcode fits in that territory. Gordos goes long. Sindel leads by 3. Sindel leads by 4. So, Nick, I don't know exactly where you live, Nick, but if you are, I think Derbyshire, Staffordshire are the eligible counties of the Midlands. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I don't entirely know exactly what the Midlands is. But if you are based in the Midlands, Nick, maybe you'll be able to play in the Northern League next time around. Nick Armitage made a very impressive showing with Sharon Tinsley in the mixed doubles at the English Open a couple of weeks ago. They beat Richard Love and Anna Linton. Got through to the knockout stages. Gordos gets his first point on the board in this third and final game. Sindel trying to go cross court, slightly loses his footing. Ball goes into the net. Now Nick, Cambridge, but a northerner by birth. I can't confirm whether that makes a difference or not. I have to say, I have a feeling it might be where you are living. I do not know. If there's anybody, maybe Isherwook can come back in on this and let me know if being born up north is still okay. I don't know. I mean, I'm clearly not from up north, Nick. But they let me in. Suddenly, Gordos is level at 4s. Deep serve. Nice slice approach. Nudges it back, and then Sindel goes long. So, ball goes over to Sindel. Good play by Gordos. Gets the ball back in hands. Just trying to find the eligibility rules for you whilst I'm commentating, watching the cricket and doing the scoreboard. Ooh, close there. Side out. Chance for Sindel once again. Unable to find them though, I'm afraid, Nick. So we are going to need a little bit of help from... Oh, here we go. Players will represent either their home district, home postcode, or their registered club location. To be eligible, players must be long-term members of a pickleball club and be able to evidence active involvement. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't matter where you were born, you have to be living there or playing there at the time. So thank you once again to Isherwook for bringing us the information. Sindel has the ball in hand at the change of ends, leads 6-5. Nick Armitage, though, I would imagine, will be on quite a few Masters teams' lists for next season's Masters competition. Always good to see new players suddenly appearing in the game. Gordos and Sindel going head to head here. Sindel leads 6-5. Well, some medals being handed out. Gordos goes wide. Sindel goes to 7. Can I multitask on the medals as well? I might be able to, you know. Goes long, does Gordos. Sindel gets to 8 in this third and final game. Then goes long. So Gordos again. Well done to Michael Muir. Gold in the men's skinny singles, 70 plus, 3.0 division. Beats Andy Creed. John Kellett coming third. Cross court from Sindel's a good one. Gets the ball back in his hand. Well done to Susan Evans. She beats Susan Jones in the women's skinny singles, 60 plus, 3.0 plus division. Karen Bayliss took bronze medal. And well done to Jane Griffith. She wins the 50 plus 3.0 category, beating Louise Taylor. Penny Snelling taking bronze. Just long there from Sindel, side out. So that's all of the medalists so far in today's category so far. In the singles, of course, singles day here, Friday at the Welsh Open. Sindel goes wide, frustrated with himself there. Sindel just pushes that volley into the net as well. 7-8. This third and final game still got a bit of juice left in it. Gordos, can he get level? He can with a lovely touch at the non-volley zone. Such a nice little volley that from Ben Gordos. Timeout being taken by Sindel. Good choice, I feel. Gordos has just gone on a little run there, got himself back level. First to 11 win by 2 in this third and final game. So Sindel just taking that more as a, not to get any tactical advice from anyone. More just get the head straight again, I think. Couple of seconds left in this timeout. We'll be getting back underway any second now. Just see Mark Finney just getting ready, and Craig Salisbury also just limbering up as well. They'll be on straight after this game. But how much longer have we got left in this bronze medal match? We're in the third and final game. It's 8 apiece. Couldn't be closer. Oh, that's a nice shot from Gordos. Gets it low down to the paddler Sindel. First point after the timeout goes the way of Phil Gordos. Short return. Allows Gordos to open up the court. Sindel's done well. Has that gone in? No, just long. Gordos, bronze medal points in hand. Leads 10-8. And Sindel pushes it wide. An absolute grind of a bronze medal match. Both players shake hands. at the net. Phil Gordos takes the bronze medal here at the Welsh Open. He avenges the defeat in the group stages and he finishes third. He's on the podium. Mark Sindel, fine effort all day long, played some very good stuff. And now we're going to move on to the men's final, where Mark Finney will play Craig Salisbury. We can take a very quick break and we'll be back with that final. Welcome back, folks. It is the men's 50+ final. And it is Mark Finney against Craig Salisbury. This is the game we started with at the start of the day. First game on court, Mark Finney played Craig Salisbury. Mark Finney came out on top in that one. But Salisbury has improved throughout the day. So this should be an interesting matchup. Salisbury, devilish topspin on his forehand. Clearly a strong tennis background. Plays with nice mobility, control. And Finney, so good at grinding points out with his push style. Keeps putting the ball into awkward places for his opponents. Finney won all of his group games. He won his semi-final fairly comfortably. Salisbury had to work hard to beat Sindel, but he did. And be interesting to see what else Salisbury has learnt along the way that might help him in this game against Mark Finney. Now we've got come on the flying Finney. I'm guessing that's Jeff Abrahams there on the YouTube chat. Hello Jeff, hope you're doing well. Congratulations on your recent marriage to Ruth. Supporting Finney in this final. Craig Salisbury, one of the coaches, one of the tennis coaches here at the Wrexham Padel and Tennis Centre. Colin Heath, good to see you around as well, Colin. Also cheering on Mark Finney. Are we going to have an apex moment here? Are we going to have all of the pure pickleball people suddenly appearing to support Finney in the same way that Apex were getting behind their players yesterday? Sam Finney cheering on Mark as well. This is what we like to see. Just going through a bit of a warm-up. Referee Mark Pearce is just making sure he's got everything he needs in place. He's checking the height of the net. And as soon as that is all confirmed, no doubt we'll be getting underway in this final. Absolutely looking forward to this game. Because as I said, I think Salisbury was starting to come up with a bit of a plan against Mark in the first game of the day, but just ran out of time. So we'll see if indeed he has got something there. It's going to be best of 3. First to 11, win by 2. Liv Meadows on the YouTube chat as well. Let's go, Mark. Good to hear from you as well, Liv. So it is all Finney in the YouTube channel. Is he going to be able to show that kind of dominance on court? We will see. Oh, there's another purist in the chat. Croftsy. Is that Mac maybe? Could well be. Jack Finney. Now this is a Finney I'm not aware of. Is that another son of Mark and Deb? I'm guessing so. Hopefully he will confirm. Anyway, we're getting underway here. Finney on serve. 0-0. First to 11, win by 2, best of 3. Salisbury into the net. Harry Mounsey, son of Rich Mounsey, also cheering on Mark Finney. There is suddenly an absolute tidal wave of support for Mark Finney in the YouTube chat. Side out. Salisbury on serve. Big drive just goes long. The older and better looking than Sam Finney, says Jack. That's what we like to hear. A bit of sibling rivalry in the YouTube chat. Nice and early, concentrating on their own personal battle whilst their dad is fighting out on court. He's got a 2-point lead here. Presuming they're not in the same room. Good touch from Finney. Salisbury scrambled, but just went cross court. Finney goes 3 points ahead. Strong start here from Finney. Players have been off court for some time, but Mark settling straight back in. I did see him going off and having a couple of knock-up games. One with Ben Gordos, who'll be on later in the 15+ final. Another one, Mike Muir, who's won a gold medal today. Mike Muir took gold in the 70+. Nice return that from Salisbury. Got it right to the corner. Finney unable to get across and divert it with the backhand. So Salisbury has the ball back in hand. Well reached by Mark Finney. Salisbury looked to go the same way again. Finney stood tall at the non-volley zone line, just pushed it down the sides. Salisbury could have been better off going cross-court there because Finney's weight was on his left foot. Depth again from Finney. Salisbury goes down the line. Finney does get there. Now he gets up to the line. Salisbury with a big drive. Good attempt again by Salisbury. He moves well across the baseline, but Finney's in control of that point all the way. Gets himself a 5-point lead. Salisbury now trying to do a bit more on the return, pulls it wide of court. Salisbury just needs to settle. He doesn't have to go for big shots. He's just got to get into the points. And he's now missed that return as well. Menchu Belgian also in there. Another pull, another pure pickleball shout out there for Finney. Called out by Finney on that one as well, moves to 8. Wide from Salisbury. This game is getting away from him rather quickly. Needs to settle down, needs to stop hurrying. Yeah, that's better from Salisbury. Stayed in the rally a little bit longer there. Was able just to keep going. Was going to the forehand side of Finney. And was eventually able to draw the error. So even if Salisbury can't get back into this game, not saying he can't, but if he doesn't, that's a nice shot to get his first point on the board. Can he just get a run of points to get the confidence, to get the feeling of this final, which he can then take into game 2 if he can't get back in to take game 1, which of course he might be able to do. But Finney then puts it to Salisbury's backhand side and gets the ball back in his own hands. Finney moves well to the forehand sides. Salisbury gets to his forehand, whips it just long again from Salisbury. Another pure pickleballer in the chat. Paul Apostlethwaite, come on Mark. Well, he's 1 point away from taking game 1. Yeah, good play again from Craig Salisbury. Moves very well at the back of the court. Just got across to the ball, then whipped it to the right-hand side of Finney. So he saved 1 game point. Gets the ball back in hand. Gets his second point. James Carroll, I'll come back to your script in the YouTube chat in a little bit. Let's see the end of this game and then I'll be able to tell the viewers about Cornwall Pickleball. So it's 10-2. Still game points for Finney in this first game of the men's 50+ final. Goes to the other baseline. Salisbury comes in. That's a great shot by Finney to win it. Salisbury gives him a tap of the paddle there in acknowledgement. Fantastic shot to take game 1. Finney currently in control of this 50+ men's final. So come on, Kerno in the background, court 6. Hours southwest of Wrexham. Hang on, let's try and get the grammar right here. Grammar and punctuation, James Carroll, please, to help me read this out. Come on, Kerno in the background court. 6 hours southwest of Wrexham. 2 hours west of your fellow commentator, Tim Spurway, who occasionally visits us in Cornwall. Visitors are welcome, though must be if you're letting Tim Spurway over the border into Cornwall. Tim Spurway, I believe, currently on his way to Split to be behind the desk, maybe on a technical side for the RTA tournament in Split. And of course, a fair few question marks over the RTA tour moving forwards, given that PPA have made such a big play in Europe in the last few weeks. But we haven't got time for that now because we're about to get back underway in game 2. Finney has the first game on the board. And it will be Salisbury serving first. Craig Salisbury just got to try and stay in the points longer to make an impact in this game. Slower serve, interesting start. whips the forehand down the line, gets to the net quickly, plays it across. That's a very positive start from Craig Salisbury. I like that change of attack. Then puts his two-e into the net. George Raiswell on the chat, congratulating David Hasty on his bronze. I'll get to that when I've gone through the winning medalists so far, I'm sure. Also cheering for Mark. Bit of depth there from Finney, goes long, side out, so Salisbury gets the ball back in. Slow serve again from Salisbury, but this time the backhand goes into the net, so Finney will get the ball back at 0-1. Deep return. Nice shot down the line from Salisbury. Still got that devilish whip coming through on that forehand side. Lob goes up, Finney retreats. Oh, and Salisbury goes for the big two-hander. I think he saw the space because Finney's weight was going slightly backwards, but then he just came through the ball too hard. Good depth on that one from Salisbury. Would have liked to have seen him follow it in. Would like to have seen him follow that one in. Didn't need to though, because he's gone cross court. Salisbury getting to the tempo of this game now. Started slow in game one, but he's now at the races. He's got to make the most of this momentum he's starting to build in terms of the confidence that will be growing. Finney's not going to go anywhere though. Just long from Salisbury. Just needed to come down just that fraction earlier. Just fractionally long of the baseline. Ball's gone all the way out of the back of court. Going to be whacked all the way down here by Faye Harwood, I believe, one of the Anglesey Pickleball team. She knocks it down to Finney. Finney gets the ball back in hand. And he'll be serving at 0-1. Yeah, gets into that backhand side again for Salisbury. Like to see him try and go cross court there, take a little bit off the pace of the ball. Instead of trying to blast it down the line for the pass each time. And again, trying to top spin it down the line. Cross court might be an option. I think Finney's sitting on the outside each time now. He's reading that play, even if it does go over the net. Long from Salisbury. Thank you, Geeks Gallery. Don't know who you are, but I appreciate the compliment. Great commentary, Chris, and great play from Mark. More importantly, great play from Mark so far in this final. Good from Salisbury. Gets forward. That's a good shot again from Finney. Salisbury made the right play, but Finney dug it out again and just caught Salisbury off balance. Finney leads 4-1 in this second game. He's already got the first game in the book. Good change of angle by Finney again. Salisbury scrambling from one side of the court to the other. Can't get there in time. And it's 5. Finney just takes his time to go get the ball. Hello, John Adams. How are you today? Good to see you. 19th of December. Sheffield Wednesday versus Luton Town. Get that in the diary. Salisbury drives that one into the net. Had a pleasurable experience driving home to Anglesey yesterday. Luton Town playing Chelsea in the League Cup on the radio. Result didn't go our way, but then they have spent about 25 billion on players in the last few years, and I think we've spent about 25 grand. Oh, that just kisses the line. Good clear call there from Salisbury. Shows the ball was in. Good sportsmanship. Could have easily been called out. Finney just needs to be careful on that serve, I think. It's getting a little bit high again. Good double-handed cross-quarter. Gets up to the line. Pushes it wide again. But Salisbury, I like it when he comes into the non-volley zone line. If he can just get there in a little bit more balanced fashion, just changes the look of the game a little bit. But at the moment, Finney leads 8-1. He's running away with game 2. Salisbury pushes his return long. Finney, 2 points away from gold. Just wide, you can see what he's trying to do. Just misses the line. Finney with gold medal points here at the Welsh Open. Goes to that side, Salisbury runs around. Finney gets there, Salisbury gets there. Finney plays it down the line, takes the gold medal. Really confident performance from Mark Finney. Craig Salisbury's been ever so impressive throughout today, but Finney was just one level too high. Takes the gold medal and does it in 2. Gold medal for Mark Finney. Impressively strong performance from a player you need to be watching out for in the 50-plus category. How quickly can he get himself up to that, close to the top tier of the UK players in that 50-plus? He's doing what he can do at the moment. He's picking up medals as he goes. Won the Telford Open a couple of months ago, beat yours truly in that final, and then wins this one here today in 2 games. Top performance by Finney. And tell you what, it's going to take a little bit of credit. Gave him a warm-up game earlier. And not going to tell you the results, but maybe that just focused Mark a little bit to go on and take gold medal today. Top performance from a top guy. Really happy for Mark Finney and the Finney family in general. Maybe Sam and Jack are still fighting out who is the better looking of the 2 sons. So we're moving on to a bronze medal match here in the 15-plus. Just give us a couple of moments, folks, whilst I go and sort the next scoreboard out, and we'll be back soon. And it was only a brief moment. The scoreboard is now ready for the bronze medal match here in the 15-plus category. But going to take this opportunity just to have a quick look at any of the other medals that might have been dished out so far across the day. Yes, Lee Roberts took gold in the 15-plus, 35-plus combined 3.5 division. Beat Andy Sue in the final, and David Hasty taking bronze medal in that one. I believe that's another pure Pickleball player there, David Hasty. Might be wrong. And that's all we have in terms of medals so far. I think some of the other categories are getting through to the medal matches now. We have 2 more games left for you on show court today. Number 1 up is the bronze medal match here. Ted Cornish, James Reynolds. And the second game then will be that final between Mike Rouse and Ben Gordos. So James Reynolds needs to put the disappointment of that shock. Semi-final defeat to Mike Rouse. Yes, George Raiswell, I do. I did that for you a little bit earlier, I seem to recall, with the David Hasty bronze that you gave us a shout up for. So Reynolds at the left of your court and Ted Cornish to the right. This will be an interesting game. I'm going to just remind myself on what was the score when they met each other in the group stages. I know Reynolds will have won because he won all of his group stage matches, but by what margin? Cornish, when he played Reynolds, went down 11-6, so an 11-6 victory for Reynolds in the group stages, but he had an 11-6 victory against Mike Rouse in the group stages and went on to lose that semi-final. So who knows, maybe Ted Cornish can repeat the trick in this bronze medal game. It is first to 11, win by 2, best of 3. Reynolds has changed his top, he's now wearing blue, he's wearing red earlier. Been impressed with James Reynolds' game so far, hits a good ball from the back of the court, was surprised I think by Mike Rouse and the added power and aggression that Rouse added to his game, which I think benefited him greatly. It's going to be Reynolds serving at the start of this bronze medal match. Good two-handed block by Cornish initially, but just allowed Reynolds to pick him off. And it's the first point on the board to Reynolds. Good start from the man in blue. That goes wide from Cornish. Bit tentative there from Ted Cornish. And I was thinking that in the semi-final against Gordos, if he'd just been a little bit more proactive, a little bit more forceful, might have been able to keep himself ahead. Serve goes into the net from Reynolds. Cornish on serve. That's nice when Cornish goes wide. Gets the error from Reynolds. Cornish gets the ball back in hand. Just long on that return from Reynolds. No, he's called it in fact, Cornish. What's happened there? Two one. Good get. Cornish goes again, cross court. Stretch as well, Ted Cornish. Good reach there, he's a tall guy. Stretch across nicely there, punched it down to the side. Got this, yeah, got the score the right way around. I got myself a little bit confused there, folks. Wasn't entirely sure what the score was, but it is 1-2. Reynolds attacks, comes off the edge of Cornish's paddle. Back in the hands of Reynolds at 2-1. Good push by Cornish. Probably wanted to be a bit more forceful, but got away with it as it goes along. So the ball back in the hands of Ted Cornish. Oh, England just picked up a third wicket in the cricket. As Josh Tongue has got Babar Azam out there, very nice too. Good athleticism from both players. Cornish read it and was unable to get it back across. Really good point. Good defensive work at the back of the court from Cornish. Got into a position where he might have been able to apply pressure, but put it into the net. Reynolds pulls it wide. Back on 1-2. Oh, that's good. That's good from Ted Cornish. Tell you what, Reynolds nearly got there as well, but Ted Cornish changed the angle really nicely. Gets himself level. Big top spin, single-handed. Backhand from Reynolds. Cornish comes out at top at the net, the non-volley zone. Leads 3-2. Went for the big cross court. Just goes too far across court. Cornish leads 4-2. Lob goes up. Cornish doesn't really deal with that particularly brilliantly. Bit tentative again. Keeps it in play nicely. Then goes cross court just fractionally wide. Ball goes back to James Reynolds at 2-4. Good pressure down to the backhand side there from Reynolds. Gets himself to 3. Short return from Cornish. Reynolds able to attack. Good catch in the outfield there. Reynolds goes up to 4. Just too short on that return from Cornish. Player with Reynolds' ability is going to pick you off. And again, same thing. Short return, came up to the non-volley zone. Reynolds was able to pause, see where the gap was, and then went for it. Cornish does ever so well. Reads it well again. Ball goes up. It's got to be more powerful there, Cornish. Just about gets away with it. One thing Ted Cornish could add to his game is just a bit more force on the put-away ball, because he gets into good positions. There goes the lob again. And I think that's a reasonable tactic from Reynolds, because he knows that Cornish isn't going to attack the high ball with great velocity. It means he can get himself forward and maybe then get the next ball, which we've seen there. Ball just long. Sorry, 4-5. Got the scoreboard completely wrong here. Do apologise. It's 4-5. Yeah, good pressure from Reynolds. Cornish just nudges it wide. Five, 4. Cornish does well. Up it goes in the air again. Went for the angle that time. Nicely played by Cornish. Game being played with good spirits. I think both players are enjoying the fight. Nice return. Cornish goes wide. Oh, nice change of direction that time. Reynolds again just sat a fraction longer on the shot. Changed the angle at the last second. Pulled it across court. Lead 6-4 in game 1. Oh, Cornish wants that one back. There was a bit of height on that shot from Reynolds. Cornish would have expected to have dealt with it, but made the error. Nice return, didn't come forward surprisingly. Still stays at the back, he's trading blows from the back of the court. Now he comes forward because Reynolds has invited him. Cornish can't deal with that overhead again, leaves it open. Slight weakness there in the game of Ted Cornish. If that ball goes high, especially on the backhand side, it's not coming back with purpose. And again, Reynolds able to pick him off at the non-volley zone line. Forces the error off the edge of the paddle. Yeah, nice change of direction again from Reynolds. Just caught Cornish off balance, puts it into the net. High, slow return, he stays back. Probably a good choice, but that's gone long. And that is the game to Reynolds, so he takes game one in this best of three bronze medal match. Takes it 11-4. The Cornish has done some good work in that initial stage, but Reynolds then really got into his rhythm and started picking him off a little bit more. What I'll say is when that ball goes up from Cornish, he's got to try and add a little bit more force to the putaways. Because Reynolds now knows that if in danger, just put the ball up in the air, chances are the ball's not going to go flying past him. So it's worth having that as a defensive outlet. If you know that ball's going to come whistling back, then you're less likely to put it up there. You're going to have to think of something else. So it's a bit of an out ball for Reynolds, which he's started to capitalise on. And also Cornish is leaving a few balls mid-court where Reynolds is able to step in and take it on. So, game number two. First game in the book for James Reynolds. Ted Cornish on serve. That's a nice backhand pass. Comes off the edge of the paddle. Reynolds gets it side out immediately. Yeah, good drive again. I think Reynolds has realised there's a bit of joy going to that forehand side. Cornish kind of jumping across at the same time. Doesn't stay balanced. Good attack again from Reynolds. This time going backhand to the back of the court. Kisses the sideline, leads by 2. Comes Reynolds. Yeah, kept himself composed there, just rolls it gently to the side. Easy to miss those, have a bit too much time to think. Reynolds misses, has a little chuckle to himself. Good example of too much time to think. Cornish running through the third, puts it into the net, needs to be balanced, needs to be stopped. Yeah, good shot from Reynolds. Cornish didn't really commit to shutting that side off. Reynolds goes to 4. Cornish on the stretch again, pushes it out of play. 5 now for Reynolds. Running away with game 2. Punishing the backhand side. Now goes cross court. Lobs it up. And although Cornish doesn't always attack with power, he does sometimes get that nice angle. Up goes the ball, it's got it to the back of the court. Reynolds has done brilliantly. And then Cornish misses. Great retrieval by James Reynolds. I think he's bashed his hand in the window on the way through. Gets himself back on court. Overcooks that forehand though. Is he going to get there? No, Cornish just about beats him that time and nearly ends up in the lap of the photographer. Good hustle by Reynolds, but good angles by Ted Cornish. Cornish on the board. Just wide that time, that gives the ball straight back to Reynolds, having scored his first point, 5-1. Yeah, it's gone up again. Angle. Yeah, I like this from James Reynolds. Nice control of the non-volley zone. Didn't look to overhit the ball at any point there. Just waited for the court to open up properly, then rolled it away. Good play by Ted Cornish. Again, gets that nice cross-court angle. Gets the ball back in his hand. He needs to make a bit of an impact here on this side out, I think. Oh, went for the round the post. Found the net in the way. Cornish gets the second points. And Cornish gets another point. Couple of errors there from Reynolds. Doesn't want to let Cornish back into this game, really. Doesn't want to give him a reason to think he could get back into it, I mean. Good get from Reynolds. Good choice of the next shot from Cornish. Reynolds did very well on the first one. Cornish intelligently went back to the same space. Gets his fourth. Little run here for Ted Cornish. Called out by Cornish, just a little bit long there from Reynolds. Good play by Cornish on that first drop though. Suddenly it's 5-6. Impressive play here from Cornish to get back into it. 5-6. Reynolds drives it into the net. 6-6 in game two. Yeah, Reynolds needed that one. Needed to get the ball back in his hand. Puts it away with aplomb. Has the ball at sixes. Ooh, Cornish with a mishit return there. Gives Reynolds a fairly free and easy point. Takes it up to 7-6. Cornish keeps it in play once again. And once again forces Reynolds into thinking an ATP was on. Good rally, good hustle from both players. The movement around the court is really impressive. They're working hard. Big drive, good block from Cornish. Does that ever so well. Reynolds isn't going to get back on court there. We're tied at 7 in game two. Cornish has got himself right back in it. Oh, he's done it again. Oh, what a get by Reynolds. Oh, and then misses the cross-court. It was an unbelievable get by Reynolds on the first cross-court volley by Cornish. Got himself back in it, tried to go cross-court himself, found the net in the way. Excellent point. Good drive by Reynolds to the forehand side. Once again, gets the ball back in his hand. 1 point behind. Good drive down to the forehand side again. Gets them level. Fantastic entertainment here in this second game. Going one way then the other. Slightly off pace serve. Look to then go cross court on the one-handed backhand. Didn't get underneath it enough, side out. Oh, that's nice and Cornish. Took up a good court position there. Used the angles on the court again, but then took a good central channel. Nudges it down to go 1 point ahead. Just wide from Cornish. Back into the hands of Reynolds. Powerful drive goes long. Cornish gets the ball back at 9. Reynolds calls a timeout. So he has 1 minute then just to collect his thoughts. Ted Cornish goes and puts his paddle down. Go and take some refreshment on, I'm sure. Reynolds is playing with a towel at the moment. Wiping his grip down. Tell you what, speaking of sweaty hands and pickleball grips, stumbled across a company called Sahara Dry the other week. It's a spray that you put on your hands and it stops them sweating if you put it to the grip as well. Makes that pretty sweat resistant too and stops the paddle slipping around. And as a player who sweats profusely when playing, it's been a good little addition to the toolkit. Finding some good benefits of using Sahara Dry, that's for sure. Apex have a bronze medal apparently. Give Lewis Jackson a shout. I certainly will. Well done, Lewis. Bronze medal in whatever you were playing in. I'll get to the list in a moment and give you the correct terminology, but well done to Apex's Lewis Jackson. Thank you, Pan Cheatham, for keeping us up to date there. Ball goes up, Reynolds backtracks. Cornish then tries to play quite flat from the back. Goes into the nets. Second server. Not second server at all. I do apologise, I was doing two things at once. It was side out. Okay, so bit of a shout out here from Lou's Adventures. Come on, Ted. Cornish, Cornish, Cornish. Oh, punches that one into the net. Another side out. We've got Ted Cornish playing. We've had Kernow Pickleball Club yesterday, and I learnt yesterday that Kernow is Cornish for Cornwall, not for pickleball. I wonder what pickleball is in Cornish. Maybe somebody will tell me. Anyway, Ted Cornish on court. 1 point ahead still in game 2. Good play, James Reynolds. Gets nicely established in the middle. Top spin volley across court. Goes to 9 apiece. Cornish just goes wide. So it's 10-9. It's bronze medal points for James Reynolds. He's been made to work hard in this one so far, as Cornish got one more. Gets the drop in. Goes high. Reynolds puts it across. He takes the game. He takes the bronze medal. Really good game played in high spirits there. Fantastic battle between these two players. But it is James Reynolds who takes the bronze medal here in the 15+ singles. Really enjoyed that game. Contrasting styles, and it was good to see. Credit to Ted Cornish. He battled hard all the way through today. But in the end, James Reynolds will take the bronze medal. And that will move us on to the final. which is going to be Mike Rouse against Ben Gordos. We'll be back with that in a few moments. So welcome back to court number one for the final match of the day, and it is another final. It's the men's singles, 15 plus, 35 plus age category combined, 4.0 plus final. It's Mike Rouse against Ben Gordos. Looking forward to this one. Before we get there, let's do a little bit more of a shout out. Well, I've just met Lewis Jackson. Would you believe it? One of the Apex crew came over to say hello. Nice moment that, to shake Lewis Jackson's hand and congratulate him in person for the bronze medal he's just collected. Anglesea's Martin Harwood took gold in that 3.0 category, and Dave Croskery took silver. Lewis Jackson doing Apex proud, picking up a gold medal. Ben Gordos and Mike Rouse are speaking to referee Kelly Olsen before this final gets underway. We've got to say, just a big shout out to the organisers of the Welsh Open once again here. Paul Byron leading the crew here and the team of people that have put this event together. And also a shout out to the Byrons, because I know they had some sad news in the last couple of days with one of their dogs, and that's the sort of news that gets me a little bit choked up on commentary, when a family who care for dogs, rescue dogs, all kinds of dogs, lose one of the family. Always a sad time. So to see Paul still walking around here with a big smile on his face, despite not playing as well as he might have liked to have done this week so far on court, still to put on such a good show whilst he got the pain of losing a family member. Fair play to you, mate. So we move on to the men's final. Jack Edwards got his eye on one of his pupils, no doubt. I'm sure he's been doing a fair bit of coaching with Ben Gordos at Wolves Pickleball. Well, let's tell you what, Jack, might have had a word or two in the ear of Mike Rouse, myself, an Anglesey pickleball player, trying to give him a few ideas for his singles game as well. So if Jack and I were on court, that result's only going one way, but we've got a protege each on court in this final. Let's see how it goes down. It's first to 11. Win by 2, best of 3 in this final. Been impressed with Gordos' game. He gets around the court really nicely. Mike Rouse, really strong tennis background. I'd just like to see him stay aggressive in this game, take the game to Gordos, be dominant, be assertive. Gordos will be a tricky customer, that's for sure. Now I'm just going to try and remind myself and tell you guys what happened when these two met in the group stages. Rouse played Gordos and lost 11-2 in that group stage. But look, that doesn't matter because Rouse lost to Reynolds in the group stages and then killed him in the semi-final. And if he just employs this slightly more dominant, aggressive style that we've been talking about today, takes it into this final, be interesting to see how it goes. Ben Gordos, he won 3, lost 2 in the group stages, then went on to beat Ted Cornish in the semi-final. Mike Rouse snuck into the semis right at the last, got a big enough win over Lee Ryder to get into that final 4th place for the semis, and then went on to beat James Reynolds, who hadn't lost a game all day. And they both find themselves in the final. Final game of the day. This should be a good one. Rouse on serve in game 1. First drive, Gordos takes up a good position at the non-volley zone, puts the volley to the side. Nice from Rouse that time, got up to the non-volley zone himself, able to put it across court. So both players trading side outs early. I think we've seen a good indication of how this game's going to go. It's going to be a battle to get to the non-volley zone first. Nice shot from Rouse to the baseline. Gordos nearly with the perfect two-handed reset from the back of the court. Just clips the net cord. Rouse strikes first. Wide on the return. So Rouse sneaks into a 2-0 lead here. Just long on the return again from Gordos. 3-0 for Rouse. Interesting to see how Gordos copes with being behind in this. Not seen him behind yet in the games that I've seen him play. Lovely shot from Rouse down the outside, gives him a 4-point lead. I'm liking the start from Mike Rouse, being confident, being assertive, but also still in control. Good return from Gordos, doesn't come in behind it, comes in this time. Okay, Rouse looking just to cut it, go slower, which I don't mind because I think we saw that first drive to that side. Gordos takes up a good position at the non-volley zone. He's back on serve. Good touch from Rouse, just flicks the net cord, but he read the cross-court two-y from Gordos. Gets back on serve. Rouse ripping it from the back. Gordos into the net. 5 and a timeout called by Ben Gordos. So for Mike Rouse, it's just a case of doing the same thing. He's playing with confidence, he's playing with assertiveness from the back of the court. It is a race to get to the non-volley zone line, so he'll look to keep doing that. For Gordos, well, it's a case of just mentally resetting here. Maybe just trying to slow the game down a little bit and see if he can draw Rouse up into the non-volley zone in a non-aggressive manner. And can Rouse keep targeting that backhand of Ben Gordos? That could be a key to this game as well. Going to come back in at 5-0 on the Rouse serve. Can he continue this early aggression? Can he continue this early momentum? Just noticed that the camera has just gone down, so let's get that back for you folks straight away. There we go, we're back in play at 5. Oh, a tweener from Rouse. Gets it up to 6. Thank you, folks. I'm aware that the screen is frozen. It hasn't now. We're back in action. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate being told it is frozen rather than being asked why it is frozen. I don't know why it's frozen, Valerie Jones, but it's now unfrozen. Thank you to Gail Town and Vicky for letting me know. 7-0 to Mike Rouse. Nice to the backhand side again. Keeps it to the backhand side. He's making a lot of balls be played from the backhand side of Gordos. And it's working out nicely for him. 8-0. Goes across, hits the paddle, makes it 9. This is good from Rouse. Phil Gordos just being asked not to coach from the sidelines. 0-9. Rouse shouldn't let that worry him too much though. Good aggression on the serve and it's got him a 9-point lead. Up to Gordos to do all the work in this game now. Just wide, just wide. Good from Gordos that time. Just got Rouse slightly off balance. Good return. Nice shot that from... Yeah, that was a good shot that time from Ben Gordos. Took it on the 2E quite nicely and forced Rouse to go long. Goes up. Yeah, put away nicely by Gordos. So just something to think about here for Mike Rouse. Momentum has shifted slightly. Gordos clawing his way back into this game. Rouse has called a timeout himself in game 1. Just goes to get some fluid. So I think all that has changed here is that Gordos is now knowing what is coming a little bit more in terms of the aggression from Mike Rouse. One thing knowing it's coming, another thing dealing with it. Maybe Rouse would be wise just to take a bit of pace off the ball on occasion here, just to mix it up a little bit more against Gordos now, who's expecting the fast ball. Just see if he can get the ball dropping a little bit lower than net off pace once in a while. Could change the game. And as for Gordos, well, he's just got to keep doing what he's doing. He's changed the momentum a little bit in this second game. So we're back in at 3-9. What happens after this timeout? Let's see. Yeah, good that time from Rouse. Just a little bit shorter, a little bit softer in the pace there. Gets the serve back. 2 points away from game 1. Good play from Rouse. That's nice. Going to the backhand side. That's a good return from Gordos that time. Tempted Rouse to go big on the cross court, but that's the tactic that's been working for Rouse so far. No need to massively change anything. It's maybe a little bit of change in pace. Ooh, that's come off the line, I think, skidded off the line. Gone up off the paddle edge. Ball's back in the hand of Mike Rouse at 10-3. Game points here in game number 1. Yeah, good approach by Gordos. Just for Sierra. But still all for Gordos to do in this game. Can he find a way back in? Good serve. Gets himself up to 4. It's a good serve. Kisses the net on the return. Goes down the other way. That's nice from Rouse. He's gone cross court several times. This time he's gone down the line. I don't think Gordus was expecting it, and he gives a nod of appreciation to his opponent there. Lovely shot. Good reflexes by both players. In the end, Gordus comes out on top. Nice hands battle there at the non-volley zone. Gordus just got Rouse off balance. Long return from Rouse. Gordus is starting to make some moves here, but Rouse is sitting on 10. Good pick up from Rouse. Can he get up to the line? No, he can't. Plays from the back of the court. Stays at the back of the court. Gordus comes up. Ball's gone in the air again. Rouse again. Great get. Oh, and then he misses the open court. What a point that was by both players. Moving around court at pace. Good defensive work from both. Gordus moves on to 6. Oh, and that's a big miss from Ben Gordus. He'd worked his way back in, and then he's put it into the net. (10-6), game point again in game number 1. Big drive. Big drive again, hits the net tape. Rouse is still ahead, he's still got game points, but Gordus is edging his way back in, especially if he can get one here. That's a nice return, comes to the net this time. Good play by Rouse, got himself up to the non-volley zone first. Changed the look of the game for Gordus, which meant he had to change his mind. Gets the ball back in hand. Yeah, good defensive work at the non-volley zone by Gordus again. Gets the ball back in hand. He's hanging in here in game 1. Rouse not getting it over the line just yet. Ball goes up. Rouse reads it, but is unable to keep it in play. Goes out of court. Point number 7 for Gordus. Point number 8 for Gordus. Rouse has to remember he's had some luck going down the line on that backhand. Gordus sitting in the middle. That's better from Rouse. That's a good touch from Gordus. What a shot that is from Mike Rouse. Oh my word! What a shot that was from Ben Gordus. Nothing Rouse could do there. Such a nice cross-court shot from Rouse. Gordus gets round there, ATP of the day. And Gordus has got level. He's clawed his way back in here. Got to win by 2 in this game to 11. So at 10-10, can he get the next 2 points, or can Rouse get the ball back in hand? Net cord. Rouse puts it long, he hits it. Rouse went for one. Gordus hit an out ball. Rouse gets it to the baseline. It's side out at 10-10. Rouse hasn't had the ball in hand for a while. Yeah, good soft hands there from Gordus. Just took Rouse's pace and used it against him. Yeah, that's better from Rouse. First time in a while he's got to the non-volley zone first, and he's able to take control of the point. Gets the side out again. Pulls it wide. Rouse gets to 11. It's win by 2. Gordus is checking. So he's still in this one. It's not over yet. Let's get this game. Another opportunity for Rouse. Oh, so close. Rouse nearly returned with an ATP of his own. Nice angle by Gordos, just fractionally out. What a game this is. Well put away by Rouse. Bit of height that time from Gordos. Rouse gets another chance to close out game 1. Good serve. Attacks the backhand, takes the game. First game to Mike Rouse. What a battle that was for game 1. Really high level singles pickleball being played here by both players. Rouse went racing out of the blocks, got a really big lead early doors. Gordos managed to claw his way back in, got back to 10-10, never got in front. Rouse then found another breath and was able to push on again. What a start to this men's 15 plus, 35 plus final. Gordos will take a lot of positivity from getting back into that game. He knows he could have taken game 1, but he's got to keep his head up, bearing in mind how far he was behind. He changed his approach very intelligently and was able to get on top of Rouse a little bit towards the end. But Rouse now just needs to reset his mind as well. He's got one game in the books, but he knows that it won't be easy from here. If game 2 is as good as game 1, we are bringing you a treat. Gordos on serve for the second game. And to an element of this, I think it's down to who can just keep their composure. Tactics are one thing, mental composure is another. Mike Rouse patrolling the baseline, ready to go again. He showed good mental strength there to come back, even though the game was switching against him. Gordos showed great mental strength to even get back into it and make it 10 apiece. What's going to happen in game 2? We'll find out in a second or two. Referee Kelly Olsen about to depart to the side of the court, I'm sure. Both players are ready to go. Probably don't need the full 15 seconds and we're going to be off. Ben Gordos on serve. That's nice from Rouse. That's nice from Gordos. Just wide from Rouse again on the ATP. Nice two-handed cross court there from Gordos again. Gets the first point on the board. Return goes into the net this time from Rouse. Haven't seen too many missed returns in this game. Quality has been high. So Gordos on serve at 2 points ahead. First time he's been ahead in the final. In a game in the final, I should say. Whips it across court, nicely played. Now this is a different challenge for Rouse now. He's behind in game 2. Is he going to continue with the same style of attack, attack, attack? Or is he maybe going to change it slightly? We shall see. That's a great drive from Rouse on the back foot. Gordos unable to deal with the heat that time. Goes out. Goes back into Rouse's hands at 0-3. Bit of height. Gordos races across. Rouse puts it the other way. Gordos did very well to get across to the first one. Wasn't going to get to the second one. Rouse taking a good position, changes the angle of the volley. Return goes long from Gordos. Again, we haven't seen too many of those. Not the best time to do it. Rouse gets back into this second game. Lob goes up. He lets it bounce, surprisingly. Then tries to drive it, hits the post. I was surprised Gordos didn't take that out of the air. Rouse gets level. Was that a moment of indecision there from Gordos, maybe? Yeah, good pressure from Rouse. Keeps Gordos pinned on the backhand side. He gets back in the lead. 1 game up, 1 point up in game 2. Another bit of pressure from Rouse. Gets it down to the toes. Rouse keeping it on the backhand all day long. Just out from Rouse, I think. Now the crowd are calling it. Yeah, okay, so the call's been... Olsen quite fairly saying she didn't see it herself, so the call stands. Gordos on serve. At 3-5. Nice slice from Rouse. Up goes the ball again. This time he does take it out of the air and he keeps it in court. Gordos moves to 4-5. Yeah, good from Rouse. Got nicely balanced at the non-volley zone line, picking off the backhand initially until he got the lift and then was able to attack. Gets the ball back in hand once more. 5-4. Gordos is fighting hard here. Can't let frustration get into his game. Gets up to the non-volley zone. Didn't get all the way there though, and that's why when he took the ball it sliced into the net. Rouse moves to 6. Big drive on the backhand side into the net. Ball goes back to Gordos. It's got a feeling this game could go to 3. I just have a sneaky feeling. Rouse takes a timeout. Gordos goes to the back of the court just to take a moment to himself. It's been an exceptionally high standard in this final. Enjoying the game. Immensely. Gordos will come back in. 4-6 behind. Needs a push. But this game has swung one way and the other so far, especially in game 2. Game 1 was pretty close. Just out from Gordos. Gives the ball back to Mike Rouse. Good coverage by Gordos at the non-volley zone line. There's the tweener again from Rouse, but he wasn't able to get balanced again after it. I don't know what Gordos was apologising for. It was Rouse who did the tweener to him. Big drive, goes long, hits the back wall. Gordos gets to 5. Oh, has he got there? He has done. Great touch again from Gordos. His play at the non-volley zone line is really impressive. He covers that line so well indeed. Gets up to 6. Rouse needs to try and get to the non-volley zone first a bit more frequently. Oh, wow. Gordos long with the serve. I think that's his first missed serve of the day. Big drive, Gordos deals with that again. He's off balance. Rouse sends him the other way. He's retrieved it again. Oh, that's a good touch from Mike Rouse. Good touch. Gordos gives it a round of applause himself. Gordos was scrambling. He was fighting. Rouse found the angle. Good sportsmanship again by Gordos, just giving his opponent the round of applause. Off the net. Gets the ball back. Long from Rouse. 7 apiece. Can't afford too many unforced errors at this crucial point. Ooh, that's well played again by Gordos. Rouse just trying to dangle it over the net. Gordos gets ahead. Wide from Ben Gordos. He's edged ahead. Slice serve. Just goes long on his return. Rouse calls that one in. Goes to 8-8. Sorry, 8-7. Apologies. Big drive, just wide from Gordos. He nods in agreement, just a little bit frustrated with himself. 8, 7, 8. Just wide from Gordos. Rouse gets level. 8 apiece. Change of angle, puts it away. Gordos, great recovery, keeps it in play, then attacks himself. Oh, and then Rouse goes for the big shot. Well played, Ben Gordos. Refused to give that point up. Gets the ball back in his hand. Oh, that's a good volley. Good touch as well from Rouse. Then punches the next one into the net. Gordos leads 9-8 in game 2. And then pushes his forehand long. First moment of lack of composure from Gordos in a while. Good shot by Rouse. Thumbs up from Gordos as well. I think momentarily thought it might have been drifting wide, but by then it was too late to get into a good position. That's a good drive from Rouse. Gordos puts it into the net. Rouse has match point. Short return. Lobs it behind him, goes for the betweener. Oh, it's hit Gordos' paddle. Rouse takes the gold medal match. What a game that was. Such a good game. Rouse, gold medal winner at the Welsh Open. Gordos, fantastic fight from Ben Gordos. But in the end, Mike Rouse takes gold. Absolutely excellent play here between the two players in the final of the day. And it is Mike Rouse who takes it in two. Ben Gordos took him so close in both games. But a really good performance from Mike Rouse. That is the end of the action today from number one court. I hope you've enjoyed the live stream. We'll be back at 9 o'clock in the morning with the gender doubles in the 15 plus and the 35 plus age categories. See you tomorrow.